regular season is also the Pirates' last stand, period. If they hope to reignite their flickering playoff hopes, they have to finish strong, maybe even winning 5 or 6 of the remaining 7 home games. Even with that, they may fall short. But they can't control what the other wild card contenders do. They can only control what's within their control and then hope that's enough.
As the sun sets here in Pittsburgh tonight, the Pirates hope it's not setting on their season. 10 more games left in the regular year, and tonight the Pirates play host to the Washington Nationals. And welcome into the booth. Joe Block and Steve Blass with you here this evening, and the Pirates back home finally after that 11-game road trip, which they fared very well on, and that's kind of been a theme lately as the Pirates have done well away from PNC Park. I guess they don't believe that home sweet home is a sound theory, I guess.
I guess not, Joe. First of all, welcome home. But I think when you think about what's been happening recently, it's really jumping out at you because of that record. Simply is that 3-13 at home, 16-8 on the road, and it jumps out because we've always been, well, in recent years, so very, very good at home. But it has been a struggle here at this ballpark, and I think to me it points out how coincidental it is. I really don't think it has much of a bearing where you play. I think if you're good, it's going to be good anywhere. If you're not good, it doesn't matter whether you're home or on the road. So we've got a turnaround. It used to be real good at home. It's not these days, but we've got 7 more games to prove that we can make it better.
And a good example of that is tonight's starter, Jamison Tyone. He's been good everywhere, but especially good here at PNC Park.
Yeah, absolutely. He is a young pitcher that continues to evolve. He continues to mature. He's been very, very good at home. I still go down to that bottom thing where his control has been so outstanding. You look at the base for a major league pitcher, 2-1 strikeouts to walks, very good. He's almost 5-1. So that's a great foundation to start with. He can throw the ball and miss in the middle of the strike zone and concentrate on strikes because his stuff is so good. When you combine that, that's when you can get the kind of numbers that he's putting up now. He's got confidence that his stuff is good enough to even work in the middle of the plate.
And he'll be facing a Nationals team that hopes to clinch their division tonight. Pirates hope to prevent that. Pirates, Nationals, up next, right here on Root Sports.
cross that bridge tonight. Time is growing near. PNC on a Friday night with family down here. Here we go on Friday. Let's get it done on a Friday night. Pittsburgh on Friday, it's what we do.
This one is gone.
Cannonball coming. Oh, yeah.
Amazing play. Serpico does it again. He's as hot as anybody in baseball right now.
Here we go on Friday. Let's get it done on Friday night. Pittsburgh on Friday. It's what we do, Lord. Yeah.
It's a Friday night. It's a Friday night rocks here from PNC Park. And Jameson Taillon and the Pirates trying to pick up where they left off. A good road trip here in the final stretch of the regular season. 10 games left on the slate. A chance to be great. But first, you need a victory against the Nationals team that's trying to win their division tonight. Their magic number down to 2. So that's a sidebar to be sure tonight.
Yep, and they're going to have a test, this Washington Nationals team. Very, very good, looking for win number 90 as they continue to roll along for their season. But Jameson Taillon, you know, he's a young pitcher. This is his first year in the big league. So, yeah, it's a tough point in the season in terms of record and postseason play possibilities. But he wants to pitch all he can pitch going into the rest of the year. This is his first year. This is exciting for him.
And here is who Dusty Baker has penned in for the Nationals. The Honda lineup for Washington tonight. The rookie Trey Turner, he's been electric, with Jason Worth ahead of Bryce Harper, who has been down especially here in the second half of the season. Anthony Rendon with Wilson Ramos to follow. Stephen Drew, Ryan Zimmerman, Danny Espinosa with a lot of power in that 8th spot, and then Gio Gonzalez. And the electrifying rookie Turner, who has really come on the scene and very, very good.
Take a look at the numbers for Jameson Taillon, brought to you by Hyundai. Start number 17, and the control has been phenomenal. He's working in his 17th start, just 14, actually 13 unintentional walks. I mean, that's just phenomenal control. And yeah, he's aware of what's going on with the season, the record, and all that, but he's in the big leagues. Every time he gets out there, this is a joy for number 50.
Well, the talented rookies start this one off.
Right away, you get an indication of him able to turn the ball over the two-seamer, get it downstairs. A lot of times, guys with good fastballs won't go two-seam. They just want to throw it by everybody. There's 2 really impressive deliveries to start off this ball game.
Against a guy in Turner who has not missed much, especially in the last month of baseball, hitting almost 400.
Jameson Taillon has never faced the Washington Nationals. 4-4, 3.39 ERA. He'll touch 100 innings in the big leagues this year.
Picked a gun to get the speedy Turner. Keep that speed off the base paths. Here's the Honda defense with Josh Bell out there in right field. Named minor league player of the year today. Also Gregory Polanco, Andrew McCutcheon joining him in the outfield. Gunn, Rodriguez, Frazier, and Freeze around the infield with Francisco Cervelli. Hit his first home run of the season last night. He's doing the catching.
And for Jameson Taillon, last 3 starts, he's given up 3 runs, 2 runs, and 1 run. So just 6 earned runs in his last 3 starts. Has a 1-1 record in those 3 to show for it. And Francisco frames it long enough to get the call strike from home plate umpire Tim Timmons. There is the bearded one. That's as much of a Grizzly Adams look as you're going to get on a baseball player, I think.
Timmons calling the balls and strikes with Mike Everett, the crew chief, over at first base. There he is with Jordan Baker on at second. Mark Wegner is the umpire at third. And again, Tyone getting ahead.
How about this, Joe? It's what, late September, and it's 83 degrees at game time. Where's the Indian summer? Where's that crisp fall air we should be seeing right now?
Looks like, well, the forecast might be coming soon. A couple of ground ball outs to start. Now Bryce Harper batting with the bases clear, always a good thing. But not the numbers that we've been accustomed to in seeing from still this very young player who has accomplished so much so early in his career.
Especially the batting average, 240 for Bryce Harper. I mean, that just doesn't look right. Maybe the pitchers in the National League are figuring him out to some degree. Who knows? Ouch. Francisco, that's kind of a signature of his, waving over to the dugout. I'll be okay. Just didn't feel good for a moment. I'll be okay.
Rub a little dirt on it.
Yeah, right under the glove, right on the side of the ankle bone. Just one more example of catchers getting beat up all season long. This guy might be at the top of that list.
Jacob Stallings, one of the guys who donned the tools of ignorance. Harper out toward the notch. And he'll have extra bases. First extra base hit in 11 games for Harper. And Polanco gets up slowly after colliding with the wall.
That ball did not miss much of getting out of here. A lot of carry out to left center field. He is that strong. Good news for the Pirates is that Polanco is up, and the good news is that this happened with 2 outs.
See where his cleats had gone into the wall for a moment there, but Starling Marte not in there and left.
He knows how that feels against that wall. Ball just kept carrying and carrying and not quite getting to it with the glove, but getting to it at that W.B. Mason sign.
Flipped up the bill of his cap. Trying like heck to get there.
And his attempt to really make a desperate last-minute reach, he didn't take much off his stride, and so he hit it pretty flush. I mean, that he was not backing off when he made contact with that fence out there.
That would have been the catch of the year if he could have gotten there.
Yep. Thank goodness for padding.
You can't do that at say Wrigley Field. Ben Potenziano, assistant athletic trainer, out there with Clint Hurdle, making their way from Pirates dugout all the way out to deepest left field.
Yeah, and you can tell a difference when a guy's just maybe getting his body ready to make contact, but he was full out. He didn't really hold anything back in terms of the speed with which he made contact with that wall. Some guys will protect themselves a little bit. He was kind of stretched out, so he took a pretty good hit.
Well, they're talking it over to see. Might be doing the concussion protocol. That's what it appears to be doing, just to make sure there was no collision to cause anything with immediate harm.
Well, we're still looking at that. You know, there's been a lot of discussion when you guys are on the road that the Pirates are playing such much better baseball on the road than at home. We talked about it in the open. Yeah. It's just one of those things. You're playing good. Neighborhood really doesn't matter much. I think it applies to a pitcher too. Tyone's been very good at home, but still 60 feet 6 inches, no matter where you're going to crank it up from. And I think when they play the anthem, a lot of that perimeter stuff goes out. Where we are we? Doesn't really matter. And here's another shot of him having pretty good momentum going into that wall.
Yeah, and he hit his head. And so he's going to come out of the game here. Trying to use discretion.
Yeah, see, both feet are off the ground. I mean, there's nothing holding back or softening that impact, really.
And so with Marte leaving the game mid at bat yesterday, Polanco leaving here in the first inning after that valiant try. And the Pirates down 2 of their starting outfielders now.
Not going to take any chances with one of your most prized young Pirates.
Polanco will be out.
Well, that's a big bat out of the Pirate lineup, even though it's a lefty on lefty with Gio Gonzalez on the mound.
Well, let's just hope he's okay after colliding with his head there. Adam Frazier is going to go from second base to play left field. And Alan Hansen now over at second base, so he'll bat in Polanco's spot, 6th in the order. Harper with that first extra base hit he's had in 11 games. Gives the Nationals a 2-out chance.
That ball actually looked like a routine fly ball to the deep part of the ballpark that would be catchable, but Harper is that strong to give it that extra distance. A lot of carry. And we don't have a lot of wind that's really involved right now. It's just strength to the opposite field.
Now Anthony Rendon. After a slow start, that average up to 271. No Daniel Murphy in the lineup. MVP candidate for the Nationals.
Oh my goodness, that's a rocket just beyond the Pirate dugout.
Everyone seems to be okay.
They're signaling out to Tyone. No more changeups. No more changeups. Don't let him pull the ball like that.
Harper at second with 2 outs.
Let Gunn do it.
And all the assists in the inning. 1 hit, 1 left. Pirates get their chance now here as we go to the bottom of the first.
very often this time of year.
And here's the RAV4 lineup for the Buccos. Adam Frazier, now the left fielder, with Cervelli batting in the 2 spot, McCutchen and Gung and Rodriguez in the middle. Alan Hansen now at second base, with Freese, Bell, and Tyone rounding out the order.
Gio Gonzalez, 30-year-old left-hander out of Hialeah, Florida. His numbers as he makes start number 31, 11-10, 4.48 ERA, again winning in double figures. Nationals got him from Oakland after he'd had a couple real good years. He came over to Washington, promptly won 21 games his first year with the Nats. Perfect against the Bucks, 4-0 in 7 career starts.
And Adam Frazier, a lefty batter, leading off against the lefty pitcher. A bare hand. Frazier called out.
What a play at first base by Ryan Zimmerman. A nice pick after Espinosa went way in the hole on a softly hit ball. I thought that Frazier was going to have a good shot at that, but the Nats really made a good play on both sides. Well done by Espinosa and Zimmerman. I mean, that's a major league play right there. That is a major league play. Takes it in the bare hand. Good on that end, but it's going to get just as good or better on this end.
That close.
Zimmerman comes up with it. Routine. I guess we're just going to let the third baseman and the shortstop make all the plays tonight. Double perfect game. Not a perfect game. Harper's double. Rivers Casino tips to win. Be brave against Gonzo because in 2 of his last 3 starts against the Atlanta Braves, a total of 7 innings, 14 runs given up. 14 runs given up. Score first. The Pirates are 54-26. 54-26 when they score first.
They win better than 2 out of 3.
So let's get on the board.
Well, they've been doing that a lot lately. Andrew McCutchen's usually been the guy to drive in those runs early in ball games. Working on a 10-game hitting streak.
As we watch the games on the road trip, Andrew was looking a whole lot like Andrew.
Yeah, those sounds off his bat are more McCutchen-like.
Great hang time on that last home run against the Brewers down the left field line over the foul pole.
Found a way to come back fair. And it worked the walk here. Gonzalez didn't give him much to hit. Well, the new manager of the Nationals is a hired hand, a guy who's been around and has had a lot of success, and Dusty Baker.
Yep. Familiar face. We've seen a lot of Dusty Baker managing Major League Baseball games.
And he's had a good run here with the Nationals.
I saw more of Dusty Baker than I needed to early in my pitching career.
Yeah, we've seen him as a manager so long, we forget he's a good hitter, good outfielder. I recall what he'd come up with Atlanta, right?
I believe so, yeah. And then what time with the Dodgers?
Dodgers.
Yep.
McCutchen with a decent lead over there.
Davey Lopes. This is quite an experienced major league laden staff. Chris Spire, I've got a history with Davey Lopes. Every pitcher had a history with him as they tried to stop him from running.
Even into his 40s.
Yeah. Get a little further into the ball game. It's Chris Spire's story is kind of a neat story that covered 2 seasons back a lot of years ago. Awkward swing to end the first inning.
McCutcheon left stranded, scoreless through 1.
Cubs hosting the Cardinals earlier today at Wrigley. Bottom of the first, already up 3-0. Chris Coghlan doubles to right off Mike Leake, scores Jason Hayward, caps off a 4-run first for the Cubbies, which was more than enough for Jake Arrieta. He struck out 10 in 7 scoreless innings. Cubs win at 5-0. Their magic number to clinch home field down to 1 as we head back to Joe and Steve.
Thank you, Rob. And, we start to figure out where all these teams would sit. And
Yeah, absolutely. And they are sitting and looking ahead to next year, I guess, with that youngster. So you speculate about 2017.
Look at our Volkswagen standings. So after St. Louis loses, they're a game back of the Mets and the Giants for that wild card spot. The 2 wild card spots, that is. And the Cubs, if they clinch home field throughout, then the Nationals and Dodgers, the other division leaders, would have to kind of jostle for the next rung, I guess, ranking in terms of home field. So the Nationals will still have something to play for if and when they clinch the National League East, which their magic number is down to 2.
Yep.
Mets and Phillies tonight.
I've been crowing about not much difference between playing at home on the road, but you'd rather play at home for a lot of reasons. I don't think it affects the ball game, but there are other factors why you'd like to stay home.
It's so unusual. There's Daniel Murphy with some leg soreness that has kept him out. This is the 5th straight game now he's missed. Might even be, if not the MVP, one of the top vote getters. Tim Timmons said that Wilson Ramos swung at that and he's down on strikes.
And whatever Tim says goes. Check it out, the curveball way down under the zone. Another look in that 50-50 range, and we get the call. Strikeout number 1. good curveball. The thing you hear about Taillon so much is presence. That he handles himself under control. Not looking really rattled. Not looking anxious. He looks like he believes in his ability to pitch in the major leagues. That's a good foundation to start from. Also helps to have good stuff.
Yeah.
And good control.
He has all those things. And that really felt like was from day one. I mean,
yeah.
Really, there's been, one or two times where he's had poor starts, but even then it didn't look like he was melting down, so to speak. He was just, didn't have his best stuff that day. Best command that day. Never let the game get completely out of hand.
He's had one start where he's given up more than 4 earned runs, and that was against the Brewers. Other than that, he's had his ball club in the ball games most of the time. 8 decisions out of his first 16 starts.
He's falling behind here. That's Stephen Drew. Hey, that's a nice souvenir right there. Official.
Yep.
Says Robert Manfred on it. That means it's official. Stephen Drew's been swinging a hot bat. Getting over 350 last month and a half or so.
And continuing on with Taillon, he's had 3 ball games, 3 of his 16 starts where he's pitched 8 innings, and so that's given him a feel of what it is to go deep into a ball game. And he looks to me early on like the kind of a young man who wants to go deep. I mean, they all want to go deep, but I think there's a pretty good fire in the belly about taking it further and taking it to the end of the ball game. I get the feeling he wants to be a pitcher that does the whole deal.
Oh, wow. Pirate icon.
Early opinion.
That makes the root.
Oh, it all fits. Yeah, it all fits. That's all right.
9th pitch of this at bat. Frazier can't get it. And an automatic double. You talk about Taillon's desire to go deep in ball games, and at bat like that takes 9 pitches. I'm sure that sticks in his craw a little bit.
Yeah, this ball slicing and running away from Adam Frazier the whole time, and you see he kind of protects himself. He knows he's not going to get to it, so he puts the brakes on a little bit to play the bounce, and suddenly he has the opportunity to do what Polanco didn't, because Gregory thought he had a chance to make a play, so that's why he did not put the brakes on.
Drew stays hot. Ryan Zimmerman, that average down to 216. He has been the opposite direction.
A lot of injuries for Ryan Zimmerman. He's been banged around, banged up, down. Had a chance to interview him several years ago when he was first really establishing himself. Maybe one of the more articulate players I've ever talked to. It's good command of his thoughts and how to deliver them.
Yeah, just hasn't been able to sustain good health in a lot of these recent seasons. Over 400 at bats this year.
95-mile-an-hour heat from Taillon. There's so many things to talk about with Jameson Taillon, but I love the fact that he can throw at 95 and he's just not completely enamored with the fact that he is going to throw it by people. He'll go to the 2-seamer, and that's huge, because now they've got speed with movement, and they've also got just speed. So it's a couple of different fastballs, and his curveball seems to be good, and then the control. So who knows? I kind of think the sky's the limit for this young man.
This is, keep forgetting, it's his rookie season.
Yep. And on the hands again. Yet to have that kind of speed with movement, 2 different fastballs, great package.
Ray Surridge on the right has continued to work with them, and Stan Kyle's the pitching coach down in AAA Indianapolis, really working with him on that 2-seamer and emphasizing that this year, and he's used it a lot more prior to coming up with the Pirates. Over Hansen, and rolls all the way past McCutchen. Drew is in. And Zimmerman to second, 1-0 Washington.
That ball did not go too high over Hansen's glove, but it was blistered. We need Allen to be just a little bit taller. There it is, and then Andrew cutting across instead of maybe creating a better angle on it. There's how close it comes to Allen's glove.
5'11".
And then Andrew cutting across and then having to give ground.
Number 8 hitting Danny Espinosa.
Jameson taking a little off on that delivery.
17th double for Zimmerman.
He needed a second baseman there that was about 6'3". But I don't know if we have one. Talk about Josh and talk about Hansen, Frazier.
Sean Rodriguez, 6 foot.
Yep.
Usually the tall guys move to the corner, right?
Yep.
One of the corners. Espinosa, 22 home runs, a career high.
Pretty strong production numbers for a guy in the number 8 hole. 67 RBIs. He's going to wind up with 70 plus.
Now deep to center. And Espinosa's done it again. Another home run. A 2-run shot and 3 straight extra base hits for the Nationals.
Number 23. And there was certainly nothing cheap about this shot from the guy as the number 8 batter in their batting order.
Right on the edge.
Right out over the plate where he can extend the hands and the arms. And he's just looking for a pitch and getting it and getting after it.
Tries to take that outer edge away, crowding the plate like that. Hit it where there isn't a crowd. And some hard hit balls, 4 extra base hits already for the Nationals off Tyone.
And even one of those ground balls to Gung in the first inning was hit hard on the ground.
Here's the opposing pitcher, Gio Gonzalez,
who has 3 home runs on his resume. Not this year, career home runs.
That one hit well. And Gio Gonzalez is going to end up at second base with another extra base hit, a double.
All of a sudden, we're singing the praises of Jameson Taillon, and he gets rocked. And you can see where this delivery is going to be, and it's right there. And there's a lot of people that are going to have a good rip at that location.
First time in Tyone's brief career he's given up 5 extra base hits in a game. And he's only gotten 4 outs. Turner hobbled for a moment.
I didn't give him a chance to collect himself.
Just above that right knee for a guy who depends on his legs.
A strikeout and then some rockets.
Fastball in there at 96 from Tyone. Gio Gonzalez at second with his second double.
And that ball overthrown. And that's what can happen many times to a young pitcher. Sometimes when you get knocked around like this, you get a little anxious and you think you got to throw a little bit harder. And it's hard to discipline yourself. Okay, stay in your rhythm here.
Even on Turner.
Still just 1 out.
Already 41 pitches for Tyone, 28 here in this inning.
And good selection there to go a little softer, took a little speed off it. 88 miles an hour compared to that upper tier of 95. Gets a second out. A couple of strikeouts in the inning, but stuff going on in between.
Nice changeup. So Turner 0 for 2.
Now the very dangerous Jason Worth. Chasing the curveball.
Tyone got the best of him. Grounding out last inning.
134 strikeouts.
A lot of those have come lately. 17 in his last 16 games. Curveball got away from him.
Yeah, got the body way out in front. No way for the arm to catch up on that delivery there. The curveball gives Jason enough time to duck.
'96 fouled back.
That's the loveliness of a 96-mile-an-hour fastball, because Worth was looking for it, but it had enough steam on it where he couldn't get to it.
Last 10 games hitting at 190 with 15 strikeouts. And he'll have another.
Wow. That ball was about a 45-foot curveball.
But the Nationals scored 3 times. They've got an early lead. inside Pirates baseball. First pitch swinging is on the rise, and some Pirates are at the forefront of the movement. Plus, a look at why Ivan Nova is pitching like a new man. Inside Pirates baseball, presented by Allegheny Health Network, tonight after postgame right here on Root Sports. Ivan Nova getting the start tomorrow.
But he has been a bright light in rotation.
Hi, Meg. Danny Espinosa with that home run off Tyone. 3-run inning. 5 extra base hits for Washington already. The Nationals are craving a division title. They're trying to win their 3rd in 5 years. Washington wins tonight and the Mets lose to the Phillies. Gio Gonzalez and company are the East champs. Pirates would be glad to spoil any party. They still have a faint hope for their own. Sean Rodriguez, the only game on the road trip he didn't hit safely in was last night. 10 out of 11.
Good looking sinker there by Gio Gonzalez. As he gets the ball, gets a sign, and then he's pretty much ready to go. He'll move it along. Not much fun for Jameson in the 2nd inning.
See if the bats can help him out.
Yeah, he'll go downstairs and talk it over with himself. Pitchers have those kind of discussions.
What do you say to yourself?
What do you say? What the heck's going on? And then you answer, I don't know. And then you answer back, well, get it together. This is a great turnout. Friday night, ball club coming off a good road trip. Yeah, but you know, things are dimming in terms of postseason chances. But this is a great Friday night turnout. Really, really impressive. Really, really impressive. Some folks on the rotunda. Not everybody's a National fan.
Just a great night to be at the ball yard. Temperatures in the 80s. Like I said, the team's been playing well. And Hansen didn't start the game, but batting here, swinging bunt.
How perfect was that?
That speed, you're not going to get him.
The perfect swinging bunt. Oh, here's a really, really nice look at that. The one medium bounce and then dead on the grass.
Off to the races.
And a good bat toss, by the way, too, as he left the batter's box.
Hansen always a threat to run.
But got to pick a real good spot if you want to think about doing that. I don't know. Down 3-0 early, got a left-hander looking at you. Certainly don't want to run into him out.
He's been thrown out in his only big league attempt. It looks like Gonzalez is pretty quick home. Not bad. The opposite.
Yeah, David
the
Freese.
pretty good too.
Excuse me, Joe. I'm sorry. Freese loves to go to right center field, and the Nationals are squeezing him over there with center fielder Turner sliding way over, not planning to pull it all. It's one of David's favorite directions.
Lately, he's had a hard time going out that way, as all of his success has been in that direction this year.
There's Chris Spire. Good guy, good baseball man. We do have a very good relationship, in spite of the fact that I hit him a year after he took me deep.
You didn't tell that story. Yeah.
No, it's a very brief story. In the playoffs in 1971, he hit a home run off me, a very impressive home run. He was one of many that hit a home run. The next season, the first time we played the Giants, I hit him right in the middle of the back. I was stupid. I didn't throw at his head or anything, but he knew that I threw at him. He said, "What's going on?" I said, "You don't remember the playoffs last year?" He said, "Come on, that's last year." We talk about it and laugh about it.
Punitive damages.
There you see David Freese, 5 home runs to right center field. Yep, he loves that ball up over the plate, extend the arms, and we've seen him very impressively go into the grandstand.
So 4 on Freese.
He can still catch that right center field gap, but it's not as easy. It's a lot easier if he would hit one with good authority to left center, and everybody could run for quite a while. But he is working against a very experienced left-hand pitcher. Gio Gonzalez has won 103 major league games, 103 and 76. Terrific winning percentage. 21 wins in 2012, his first year, and then the 2 years in Oakland before that, 15 wins and 16 wins. I didn't think Oakland was going to be able to afford him, so he comes over in a trade. It's worked out well.
Will it fall? Yes.
I told you to go to right center field with authority.
So 2 men aboard, and you were talking about Nationals bench coach Chris Spire. Well, I don't think he's forgotten that incident a few years back.
Next year we play Pittsburgh in May 1972, facing Steve Blass. First pitch, he drills me in the back. I looked at him, I go, "What?" He goes, "Last year. That was for last year." So, different era. You know, it was fun. You know, got a chuckle out of it. You know, we both laughed a little bit later about it.
Yeah, that one's on me. I was kind of a hothead, to be quite honest with you.
He shouldn't have hit a home run off you. I mean,
well,
it's his fault.
Yeah. Well, I have a lot of respect for Chris Spire. It's years as a good baseball man. I kind of regret that one, but I don't. We did more of that than happens now. Back before I was playing 20 years, anybody hit a home run might get a drill the next batter. And I'm not that sure if it was because of the home run. It might have just gotten away from me, the pitch.
Josh Bell. And Harper able to haul it in. Hansen moves up to third. So Bell just named minor league player of the year today. Mitch Keller, the pitcher of the year. Now Tyone's going to have to try to knock him in.
You got 2 base hits on the year. Now keep in mind, we look at all the numbers. Gio Gonzalez has thrown 7 wild pitches, so we might be maybe leaning in that direction for hope.
Well, if Gonzalez can double, right?
Yep, it can be done. Many times you just hope, look for a fastball just in case you guess right. Like that. There you go.
Tyone drives in Hansen. Pirates on the board.
His second RBI. Look for a pitch. Hey, if you have to run in one, help your own cause. Get yourself back in the ball game.
Jameson Taillon drives in the Pirates' first run tonight.
Right back through the middle. And by the way, very politely drops the bat, not like Alan Hansen. There it is. Pirates get on the board.
Second RBI for Taillon. Now Frazier with a 2-out chance. Alan Hansen, who moved to third on that fly out to right, able to score on that ball. Frazier hitless in his last 11. An average down to 323. You go 0 for 11, you get an average of 323. You're having a good year still. Mike Maddox, pitching coach, along with Chris Spire.
Who, by the way, is a Hall of Fame golfer compared to his brother. Mike Maddox can play some golf. Michael on the left, Spire on the right.
Well, Dusty Baker brought in some veteran, well experienced and well thought of coaches for his staff. And another 2-strike hit for Adam Frazier. Freeze is in. And RBI now 3-2.
All right. Just beyond the reach of Espinosa. He might have got a glove on it, I'm not sure.
That's a good job for David Freese to get in on that.
Oh, he loved 2-out stuff. 2-out stuff. Right there, very hittable. Doesn't get a lot of it. Just out of the reach of Gio Gonzalez. And the race is on. And it gets a little dicey at home plate, but then the ball gets away. Get any piece of it? Yeah, off the fingertips.
Great look on our Allegheny Health Network Supermode.
David's going to be safe anyway, but the ball gets away to confirm it. You don't want to get your pitcher out there on second base too frisky. Just keep it going.
Really nice job for Freese to score on that. Took off after that secondary lead right away. Cervelli with another 2-out chance. Batting in the 2 spot tonight. Grounded out his first time around. He's been hitting around 400 this year against lefties.
There's the number you want to see against left-hand pitchers, 408.
Coming into tonight's second best in baseball.
Well, you catch a gap right now, you can have some fun with watching Frazier catch Taillon around third base.
Already a 24 pitch inning. 4 singles for the Pirates.
And we told you Gonzalez has been beat up 2 of his last 3 starts.
This should get him out of the inning. Well, the Pirates get a couple back for Taillon, including one off of his own bat. 3-2 Washington.
ballgame at PNC Park. You heard of Josh Bell winning the Pittsburgh Pirates Minor League Player of the Year award, but the Minor League Pitcher of the Year is also here as well, and his name is Mitch Keller. Spent the season in Single A in Low A, West Virginia, ended up in Bradenton winning a championship. I'm Rob Mikowski, pleased to be joined by the Pirates' Mitch Keller. Mitch, what do you make of this whole night? Coming out to Pittsburgh, your second time here in the city, and second time right here at the ballpark, and first time watching a ball game. How do you describe it?
I mean, it's just a beautiful city, and I'm just really excited to be here again. It's a little different the first time, but it's really great. It's really great to be back, and hopefully I can be here permanent one time in the near future. So,
yeah. Now, that's where I'm going with this next question. A lot of guys, Josh Bell, Tyler Glasnow, have won Minor League Player and Pitcher of the Year awards before, and they've set a good precedent. What does it mean to you to receive such an award, and what does that hold for your future, and how much does that motivate you?
I mean, it's a huge honor to be given this award by the Pirates, and I just can't thank them enough for giving me this award. And just seeing the guys before me do it, it's just a huge motivator for me, because guys who won in the past all made it to the big leagues, and just want to continue that train and just get up here myself.
Now, you had a great season. You spent almost the entire season at Low A, West Virginia. Then you went to Bradenton. You made 3 starts. 1 in the regular season, 1 in the semifinal round, and the last start was in the championship round, where you had the best start of your season. What led to your success?
I mean, just the guys welcomed me like I was there the whole season. I mean, that was a huge part, just making me feel like I was part of them, and just trying to do something really special up there and win a championship. And we came out with it, and we just played really good baseball up there, and it was a lot of fun.
How do you describe your experience thus far? It's only been 2 seasons. You were a second-round pick in 2014. What's your experience been like in the Bucs organization?
I mean, it's just awesome. I love the Pirates organization. It's probably the best organization in baseball, to be honest. And it's just an honor to be able to play for them, and for them to think so highly of me. It's just amazing.
Congratulations to you, Mitch.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Great night for Mitch Keller, Minor League Pitcher of the Year, Joe.
Well, thanks, guys. And Mitch Keller, 20 years old.
Isn't that great? I mean, he's one of the great things is that he had most of the season down in West Virginia, and he did well, but then he went up a notch, and he had success there. And okay, yeah, I'm capable of continuing on up the ladder, and Josh Bell knows how that whole program works. And it's, they're young faces. They want to succeed. There's just a good glow about them. They want to be as good as they can be. They want to be big leaguers. They're doing exactly what they want to be doing, and they want to get to the big leagues. It's an exciting time of their life. It really is.
Well, you think about it, for a 20-year-old to start the year in A-ball, but then finish it winning a championship, getting to pitch in the playoffs for Bradenton, and having the success that he's had.
Yeah. So it makes you think, okay, I've done it there, I'm doing it here. Maybe the next night I can still keep doing it and doing it and just keep climbing. It makes us remember when we were 20 years old. I mean, it does. It does. That fresh look of enthusiasm and just living the dream. Living the dream. I remember being 20 years old, getting my face ripped off in what was then A-ball and being sent down to B-ball for a little reality check.
That makes it all the more impressive what Mitch Keller did. Instead of having his face ripped off.
Yeah, he moved up.
He moved up, right.
Exactly.
At age 20, which in rare company. Hopefully he'll continue that climb, and in the not too distant future help this club. The pipeline continues.
The older I get, the more I love seeing young ball players and how they're moving through a system and gaining on that dream.
Pirates have had a lot of these guys come through and have great success, like the guy on the mound right now, Tayo.
He's trying to figure out how to get a ground ball.
Tyler Glasnow as well. He'll be starting on Sunday. Just announced today, so he'll be back in the rotation at least for a turn.
Run a ground ball, but not quite that dicey. Something with it was on the way down the left field corner. Pitch on the inside corner, almost forcing Rendon to pull it foul. Hard to get the hands far enough in when you can, so you can push that ball out to fair territory, especially when it's attached to a lot of speed. delivery like that.
It's fun to watch these guys at all the different phases of their careers, right? Glasnow, the best is yet to come.
Yep.
And Taillon already proving himself. Not underneath it.
Somebody.
Hanson.
And there will be reality checks. There will be nights like this where Taillon strikes out the side, but in and around that gives up 4 well-hit balls. So it's all part of the learning process.
Let's take a look at tonight's Barrel Automotive League leaders and the fewest walks per 9 innings in a rookie season in the last almost century of baseball. Jameson Taillon right now coming into tonight, 3rd on the list. Another Pirate, Bill Swift. No relation to the more recent Bill Swift.
Billy, for the Giants pitcher, Billy Smith.
Yeah. But the Pirates, Bill Swift, a good pitcher in the 30s, led the league that year. Fewest walks per 9, led all of baseball, in fact, that year. Control. Pitcher's best friend.
Oh, it is. Most necessary friend, too.
That was a cool stat, too. You think about how rookies, wildness, right?
Oh.
They're almost hand in hand.
And you almost give them a pass their rookie year. Okay, control problems. He's in the big leagues for the first time. It's intimidating. It's all brand new. The upper level decks, the big lights, the big cities. Coming into this league and throwing strikes, that's a big help.
And I gotta believe after getting hit pretty hard in that second inning, for him to get that 2-out hit, to have a couple of runs come across in that bottom half of the inning, that's got to do wonders. Can you erase what happened in your mind when you have an inning at the plate like that?
Oh yeah, you have to. Okay, yeah, that's a little bit out of my realm of comfort. Now I got to go to work and do what I'm supposed to do all the time. Get outs. Good looking fastball there, just missing, and he got away with a curveball the previous pitch. He got a strike, but it was a very hittable strike. You leave those hanging breaking balls up, you're going to get hurt in this league.
Stephen Drew doubled off in last inning.
There's a sound you will hear from pitchers every once in a while that hang a curveball like Jameson did. You'll let go of the ball and you'll want it back, and you can't get it back on a string. But he got away with that pitch 3 or 4 pitches ago. You hear tennis players grunt. You hear pitchers with a hanging curveball until it's safely in the catcher's mitt. There's a staying alive foul ball.
And Adam Frazier over there in left field. Gregory Polanco, we're just told that left the game with a left facial contusion after gliding full speed into the wall, trying to make a play on Harper's double in the first.
Face plant against the W.B. Mason sign.
Rare night where Taillon's pitch count is high.
Yeah, he's not walking people, but he's throwing a bunch of pitches.
He got him for the second time. Both times on a check swing. 4 strikeouts for Taillon.
Big second out. So you see this ball just going down stairs, nowhere near the strike zone. The curveball gets chased.
Harper still at first now with 2 away. And a strike to Drew.
We talk about all the things a young pitcher will have to learn in the big leagues. One of them, and it's kind of underrated, is getting out of jams. You get in jams, pitch your way out. Minimal damage or no damage. And that's a big deal. That's it's just not giving into it. There's just grinding. I'm going to grind this out. I can't do anything about what's happened previous. I'm going to grind it out. I'm going to get this batter. I didn't get the last 3. I'm in a jam, but I'm going to get this guy. It's part of it's a mindset. You're not giving in.
Yeah, we hadn't seen too many innings from Taillon like the last one where 3 runs come across. Already a night 5 extra base hits. He hadn't done that with the Pirates yet.
Yeah, and you look back at that. He struck out the first guy in the second, and then 4 shots, 4 balls, very, very well hit. And it put him in a dangerous situation of having it even get away further. But then he strikes out the number 1 batter in the lineup and the number 2 batter in the lineup. That's it doesn't sound like a lot of damage control, but that whole inning could have gone really, really bad, really rotten.
Stayed in the ball game. No outs there.
It's like Allen got caught in between hops, and now Jameson Taillon is going to have to do another thing pitchers have to learn: pick up your defense, because they'll pick you up 1,000 times. It's up to you to pick them up every once in a while.
Aaron Hansen. Looking at our Allegheny Health Network Supermo. So 2 on with 2 out.
And you don't want to give back what you just accomplished. You just put up a 2 spot to get back in the ball game. You don't want to give any part of that back.
Harper, the lead runner at second. Zimmerman doubled in a run his last time around. He's down 2 strikes.
Nice location, down and in. 2 pitches delivered beautifully by Jameson to get out in front. And the ability to finish people off. There's a lot of stuff going on when you're out there on the mound as a starting pitcher.
A lot of pitches tonight for Taillon. Very unusual.
He has walked no more than 2 batters in any of his starts. He hasn't walked a batter here tonight, but as you said, he's labored, not being able to put people away. Oh, he locked him up with a curveball. 3 straight sinking fastballs, and then the curveball locked him up, puts up a 0, picked up his second baseman.
We head to the bottom of the third inning. And a look at our Allegheny Health Network injury update. A.J. Schugel today placed on the 60-day disabled list with a right shoulder concern that a few days ago he thought was better, and just has not gotten right. So we're going to say, all right, get better, rest it up. He has not pitched since the end of August. And Phil Koch, acquired in the trade yesterday, joining the Pirates, who have 7 lefties available in their bullpen tonight. September baseball.
Yep. Still believing. Glad you're here tonight. Part of a great turnout at this ballpark.
Pirates still mathematically alive, and very much alive. McCutchen's back. He'll have at least 2. Trying for 3. And McCutchen with a triple.
Well, I'll tell you, he turned it on when he hit first base, and that was vintage Andrew McCutchen flying around second. It looked like it might slice over to Harper and be caught. As you see, he kind of slices it off the bottom of the bat. And at that point, you'd think Harper might get to it. He doesn't, and Andrews off to the races. Yeah. That's some speed right there.
I'm trying to drive him in, and maybe even himself on that swing. Third triple for McCutchen, 11-game hitting streak now.
Is there anything much more fun than watching a triple?
My favorite play.
Yep, it is.
Now we'll get the run home.
Back to square one.
Tied up here in the third. Young with RBI 56.
Nats playing back. Here you get a look at the trip. Little hesitation, thinking it might be 2, but then he thinks, well, it's going to be 3. Not even close. He slides, but not a factor.
Seeing that swagger back from McCutchen. Gotten better and better. Last couple of months of this season. Renewed optimism that the first few months a fluke. Not to mention after hitting a triple, pretty much gassed for a minute.
Yep. There's different styles of running. I mean, he is a grinder. It's not the long strides that a Polanco has. So there's different ways of getting around the bases.
Rolled right to Drew.
He used a lot more steps than Gregory Polanco, but he uses those steps and gets it done, gets it going. He's fun to watch.
Let's take a gander at some of our Point Park tweets. Literally flying. It looked like it. Once he knew that ball fell in.
Yep. He's got automatic transmission. You don't need a clutch.
Alan Hansen dribbled one up the third base line for a base hit. Didn't start this game. He came in when Gregory Polanco left after careening into the wall in the first inning trying to make a catch. Left the game with a facial contusion. Oh, look at that.
Can I do that with my phone?
Yeah.
I can?
Yeah.
Hey, I got a smartphone story for you.
Oh boy.
I don't even know how you can block calls.
Ask Bob Walk, he'll tell you.
Well, I don't know how it happens, but you know, somehow it happened. You know the only person that got blocked on my phone?
Who?
Mark Garter, our boss. That's a true story.
I've been calling you for 3 weeks.
He did. He called me about something. He said, I called you twice. Goes right to voicemail. I said, well, it's not my fault. Maybe you called somebody else. And then somebody that knew something looked at the phone and said, you got Garda blocked. Both his cell phone and his office phone. You're blocking your boss? Come on.
On your company phone?
On the company phone? So
yeah, you've got some tenure.
Somebody unblocked it. So Mark and me are tight again.
Rest in peace, flip phone. Your flip phone was so reliable.
Trust me, it's not resting in peace. I wish I had it.
After that triple, not too far from the water cooler.
Back to an even score here as we play in the 3rd inning.
David Freese looking for his chance. Gonzalez gets 3 bounce outs after the leadoff triple. McCutchen scores the tying run, 3-3.
By Gunn as he's falling back. He gets the double play.
Sean Rodriguez, he's as hot as anybody in baseball right now. Music from Gabby Barrett on a Friday Night Rocks. Our plays of the week. Big week by McCutchen. Sean Rodriguez scintillating with the bats. And Cervelli with that first home run of the year.
Waited a long time for it, but I'll tell you, he made it the way he enjoyed it and the way everybody on this ball club enjoyed it. Not really quite worth it. He wish he had a bunch more. But, they let him know how they feel about it. Teammates, nothing better than teammates.
Even though this season wins-wise isn't what it was a year ago, for instance, this group is still trying to grind it out and had a good road trip, 7-4. Now they need a very good homestand and some luck. Maybe a lot of luck. Still with a chance.
Let's see what Jamison does out in front 0-2 to Espinosa, who took him deep. I mean, really deep. Give him to Chase, maybe. And Cervelli takes another shot. No, and the signature wave, stay in the dugout. But they're going to come out, check him out.
Tomczyk, an athletic trainer, out. What seems to be the problem?
Well, the initial part of that answer is that he's a catcher. Here's the curveball outside, the foul ball down right on the knee, and that's a stinger. And he'll stay in there because that's what he does.
Have you noticed that Cervelli has been playing just about every day? We're in late September. The catcher's body banged up, but he feels badly that he missed that month earlier with the hand injury.
Yeah, nicely done. Go back upstairs with that. That's why I love the 2 fastballs. At 95, one of them with movement, one of them with carry.
And a half dozen Ks.
Let's go upstairs, folks. Take the elevator up. Come back down empty.
Well, incline right there from Tyone.
Nicely placed on the outside corner.
The opposing pitcher doubled last time around.
And we owe him a short stay at the plate.
And he'll have it for the second out.
And maybe Jameson can buy himself a little more time on the mound if he's tighty here.
2 up and 2 down, and deposits now being accepted. So you can get on board as a Pirates season ticket member in 2017. You can personalize your membership and lock in the best seats to all the games at PNC Park. Plus get VIP benefits including special events, discounts, and ticket exchange privileges. Go to pirates.com/2017.
Who was it in the Milwaukee game that started? Stephen Brault. Seemed like every inning he got the first 2 outs, 2 quick outs, and then couldn't put the lid on. Couldn't put the lid on. We're going to have a lid here. Who's going to get it?
Securely fastened.
Yep.
First 1, 2, 3 inning for Tyone. Tied at 3.
It's time for the Toyota RAV4th inning. The all-wheel drive RAV Hybrid has performance that will make you rethink hybrid. Let's go Bucks!
Root for the home team.
That covers it.
Pirates coming from behind to tie it. Chance to take the lead here in the 4th. David Freese single and scored a run in that second inning. A quick answer. And Freese has done so well against lefties this year. One of the league leaders in batting average against lefties. Worked a nice long at bat, an 8-pitch at bat in that second inning against Gio Gonzalez.
You really can't look for much help from Gonzalez in terms of getting a lot of free passes because his control has been quite good, especially recently.
Comes back to make it 3-2. Only walk from either pitcher was to McCutchen back in the first. Just missed. Pirates collecting 4 singles in the second to plate a pair, and then cashed in a leadoff triple in the third. And Freese, the leadoff man, draws a walk here in the fourth.
Good discipline. That ball did not miss much. Some of these takes are tough when it's a 2-strike situation. I don't think any batter wants to be called out on strikes, and so you see some swings at borderline directional deliveries on occasion. But Maddox out to talk, and just to catch you up on what's been going on the home front. I had a trip out to Connecticut. We have our little high school golf tournament to raise money for the high school kids. And my high school coach, Ed Kirby, who I just think the world of, got up and he was introducing me. He said, you know, we're telling balls and strike stories. He said, you know, the strike zone is a rectangular prism with an octagonal base. And I had to butt in. I said, that's what happened to me. It's too darn complicated. But we had a wonderful time. We raised about 12 or 15 grand for the high school kids.
Oh, that's wonderful.
The challenge kids, not the mainstream basketball, football, baseball, but the kids on that perimeter. And it's been a nice program for 11 years. We've had the tournament.
Well, that is really cool that you do that, and I'm glad it was such a good success.
Yep, back in home state of Connecticut on a beautiful week weather-wise, pre-autumn stuff. And Ed Kirby, my coach, sent 3 pitchers to the big leagues. Myself, my brother-in-law, Karen's brother, and Karen's cousin, Tom Parsons, pitched for both the Pirates and the Mets. So we had 3 guys out of that little high school make it to the bigs.
It's got to make him proud.
Yes. And we're very proud of him. He was the second person I called when I won my first major league game. Of course, the parents got the first call, and then in the middle of the night, because it was in Los Angeles, he got the call. I didn't care what time it was.
Who is this? Oh, hey.
Hey, Ed, it's me.
How much do you need for bail money?
I might have called Ed Collect. Los Angeles, California to Sharon, Connecticut. Yeah.
Operator, patch me through.
Yep. Operator, give me some distance. I want some distance.
How about some distance from Josh Bell?
That'd be nice.
A couple of home runs.
We know he's capable.
Put a charge into one his last time around, but lined out right to Harper. The second inning, the long frame for Gonzalez thus far.
So many times we've seen good discipline at the plate from Josh Bell.
Really, all the Pirates here this month, they lead in on-base percentage. And kind of a reminiscent, even though there's some different characters in the cast, reminiscent of what we saw early.
There's a chase there. The minute we say it, right? He goes after a pitch up out of the strike zone.
Don't see that very often for Josh Bell.
Gonzalez goes upstairs, and so does Josh.
That pitch appears to rise, but it just doesn't sink on that particular pitch. Maybe that's the
physics.
was thinking,
That's
right?
the physics of that high fastball.
Bell's thinking it's going to nip the top edge of the strike zone. Instead, it's just a little bit above that. It doesn't sink. I remember watching Roger Clemens, especially early in his career. That was something that he loved to do. Now his was even way more velocity than Gio Gonzalez, but I guess you could do it. It didn't. You don't have to throw in the upper 90s. It's well placed, right?
Yep. I think it's either today or yesterday was the anniversary of Jim DeShays, who didn't throw very hard, worked with and succeeded with a high fastball, struck out the first 8 batters in a game.
Back in 1986.
Yep. It might have been today. It might have been yesterday. Good guy, really good broadcaster, good person, good pitcher.
Yeah, did that with the Houston Astros.
Yep. Ouch! And now Ramos. These guys could write books. My life as a catcher. Foul balls. And another knee. I think those things, they're going to give him some time. But those kind of situations where pitchers square around, I've seen more issues with semi kind of a straight back foul balls that do damage to a catcher's body. I bet they cringe when they get into a pitcher up there committing to sacrifice.
Even though that hit him in a place where he had some protection, still a susceptible spot.
Yeah, you drive that protection right into the front of your knee. Or in this case, the side of your knee. And the frustration of Jamison Tayo.
Down on strikes. Look at our day automotive this day in Pirates history, and it was on this date in each of the last 3 years. The Pirates clinching a spot in the postseason. Against the Braves.
The same day, three years in a row.
And again, doing so last year. A little bit more subdued last time around, but September 23rd, a preferred day recently. It wouldn't be September 23rd this year, but maybe sometime during this season. Leadoff walk left on. Tied at 3 through 4.
Sports is brought to you by Allegheny Health Network, Health for All. By Bordas & Bordas, official legal partners of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Visit bordaslaw.com. And by Day Automotive, we're going to make your day. Let's go Bucks!
On a Friday Night Rocks, you can't get a better night for baseball here on the North Shore of Pittsburgh. 3-3 here in the 5th inning. And Mark the Shark, they put up some of the Shark paraphernalia. His return to Pittsburgh.
Great work for the Bucks.
Glenn Hurdle had the good line today when asked, "Hey, do you hope to see Mark Melancon?" He said, "Not in a ball game." That means that the Nationals have a lead late. And I think that's I think both teams have, at least here are the early returns, have felt good about that deal, because the Nationals with a fading closer in Jonathan Papelbon, who's still not with the ball club. They needed somebody to finish off games. Melancon's done a great job. He's been perfect. And the Pirates getting Felipe Rivero along with a minor league prospect who's been good, but Rivero has had as good or even better numbers than Melancon in his role in the game. And of course, he's under contract for several more years, so that's the advantage for the Pirates, as Melancon a free agent when this one's through.
Well, Jamison got Mr. Worth in a difficult situation now. Harper waits.
Harper has batted with the bases clear both times.
Yes, sir.
And he will again. Worth in a tough go of things lately.
Number 7 for Jamison. Threw him a perfecta. Down and away on the corner downstairs, and you just have to take the bat back to the rack.
Harper has doubled and singled tonight.
You know, Jamison might be buying himself an extra inning. He's the master of the 6th inning start at this point. He's gone 8 3 different times, as you said, but he's had a bunch of 6th inning starts. First year in the big leagues.
Yeah, those early innings, Steve, ran up the pitch count a little bit, but last inning getting a 1-2-3 frame here. 2 quick outs.
It's called buying time. You say you can't buy time, but you can buy an extra inning or 2, perhaps.
You can buy a vowel.
Yeah, well, yeah. You can buy a loaf of bread.
Rendon 0 for 2 tonight. Tyon giving up 4 straight extra base hits in the 2nd inning, counting for the 3 runs.
We go down to the crew chief, and he said he had intent.
Intent to strike the ball. Foul ball. That guy knows he's on TV. Hand left.
Yeah. I'm ready for my close-up.
How nice was that? He offered that ball to that girl over there. How nice was that? Seen that a couple of times tonight.
Nicely done, Jamison.
A 10-pitch inning.
And a little string of pearls going on.
Tie ball game. Pirates team has gotten an infusion of talent from the minors, with several rookies proving they're big league ready. And a look back at their immediate impact on a special Inside Pirates Baseball Rookie Ringers, debuting tomorrow at 6 p.m. right here on Root Sports. Tyler Glasnow and Jameson Taillon certainly among that group. Glasnow will start on Sunday. Taillon start tonight. Looks to be over.
Does that mean Taillon's done?
We're on hug watch. His battery mate hitless in 2 trips tonight. We've seen down the stretch here with the rookies kind of maybe pitching 1 fewer inning than probably you'd think they'd normally pitch.
Yeah, and I get it. I understand. It's just that he has gotten in a groove now. He's rolling. He's gotten it figured out. Those base hits are long gone. And when a young pitcher gets that feel, you'd like to see him be able to run with it. But that's the way it's done now. And yep, he's done pretty. He got it together. He had 1 glitch where he was missing his spots. Other than that, I thought he did very well. He got better as he went along. And you know, back in the day when you got it figured out, maybe you ran it out into the 8th inning. But it's different now. I understand.
So Antonio Bastardo will be next.
But you love to have those young pitchers get that feel of finding it and then running it with it a little longer. But did a good job keeping it together after that rough patch.
Pirates could still get a win for them if they can take the lead and then hold it here in this inning.
And he also did a nice job picking up his second baseman.
Yeah.
And, Hansen misplayed that ball, and that's you got a tie ball game. That's a big item.
As the last base runner, he retired the last 7-minute order. And the old adage, Swelly strikes out, is you got to for the very good pitchers, right? You got to get to them early. Well, Taillon kind of proved that adage, at least for tonight.
Yep. And once again, no free passes, 7 strikeouts. Good work, Jameson.
McCutchen on base both times tonight. An electrifying leadoff triple in the 3rd. Joining that 1st inning walk. 11-game hitting streak. Hitting over 400 during that streak. 4 home runs. Moving down that line in a hurry. Hey, Fan Jam is back at PNC Park featuring country star Hunter Hayes. And tomorrow the Pirates play these Nationals at 7:05. Stay after the game for a live concert featuring Hunter Hayes, presented by Highmark. Go to pirates.com and get your tickets.
Yeah, come on out, have some fun.
That guy was practicing singing one of his songs. Oh, the Rams are here. I thought they were in L.A. Wow, good. Thanks for coming out tonight. Young driving in a run with that bounce out in the 3rd. Jung-ho got off to a hot start after coming off the DL in early September. Now 3-0 on him.
Turning loose here to run into one.
Oh, I would, especially at a fastball count, right?
Thought about going too late.
Good location.
Yeah. That's not the fat delivery you're looking for there. You're looking for a home run location. a home run swing, but another well-delivered pitch by Gonzalez, right on the corner. Deja vu.
All over again.
Yep.
Still 3-2. Pirates have not led in this game. The Nationals with 3 in the second. Pirates answered with a pair in the bottom half of that inning. And then another one drove in McCutcheon with his bounce out in the third. Espinosa with a 2-run home run off Tyone in the second inning.
Is that deja vu all over again? Is that a Yogi?
Yeah.
Yep, one of many.
Come to a fork in the road, take it.
Well, one of my favorites is, I guess he roomed with DiMaggio for a while, and they said, what was Joe like when he's alone? He said, I don't know, I've never been with him when he's alone.
The late, great Yogi Berra. Mike Maddox back out. Pitching coach.
Walk number 3.
Counsel Gonzalez. 90 pitches.
We'll all be celebrating the back of Yogi Berra's uniform again on October 13th when he turns his back and watches Maz go deep over his head. That'll be a collection out in Oakland, as they always do. Everybody gets together and they listen to a broadcast of Bill Mazeroski's, not only his home run, but the whole game.
I want to go to and be part of that this year.
Yep. Everybody's welcome. You'll enjoy it. It's a feel-good day. It really is.
Look what I found. Hard hit, but that ends the inning. To the 6th, tied at 3.
The 6th inning, Gio Gonzalez robbed Sean Rodriguez, snared that liner to end the bottom half of the 5th. And the two go back a very long ways. They face each other a bunch as big leaguers, but these two were both born and raised in Miami, less than 5 months apart from one another, and both were also raised there and went to competing high schools just a couple miles apart. Now, Rodriguez told me they go back all the way until they were about 12 years old playing against one another, and they really enjoy it since, well, they're pretty good friends. Now, I asked Sean who's had more success against the other over the years. Sean said, you'd better ask him. Now, I think if we asked Gio Gonzalez, he might point to that catch he just made, Joe and Steve, against his good friend from South Florida.
Yeah, both have enjoyed some success, and Gio getting the better.
Doesn't seem quite fair he should catch that ball. Good reaction. I love the quote that Sean Rodriguez had. They asked him about success and confidence. He said, you know, you have to have some confidence to succeed, but to have true confidence, you succeed first. Then you know you can do it because you've done it. That takes you to a different level. That's well put. And you succeed, that breeds the real confidence.
He's done both a lot lately. Be confident and succeed. Also, Ramos did not fare well against Tyone.
No. See the chart, his chart, personal chart. Tyone 5 innings, 3 runs, 6 hits, no walks, 7 strikeouts. And it got cleaner and cleaner as it went along after the outburst.
Hit well to right center. And Wilson Ramos has given the Nationals the lead again.
And that's that go zone. I'm convinced of it in this ballpark. I think that's where the ball flies the best. I mean, he got a lot of it, but I didn't think it was going to carry that far over the home run wall, that far up into the grandstand.
22 home runs for Ramos. And all the way to the back of the seating area there. A souvenir in a deep part of PNC Park.
I didn't think that it didn't look to me when he swung the bat that he got all of it, but he got all of it. So Tyone had his number, but Antonio does not.
Few have in the season that Ramos has had.
I mean, that ball is almost out on the Riverwalk. Very close to being on.
Speed, and now 1-2 on Stephen Drew. There you go. Yeah. That close from being out of the stadium. And for the Nationals, they have ordered champagne. They're trying to clinch the National League East tonight. They can only have one part of that, though, because they would also need a Mets loss. Dusty Baker in his first year at the helm.
Do you have the combination to the door into the visiting clubhouse? You get a couple cases of that and put it in the car.
Well, hopefully it will stay on ice.
Yep. Take it on your airplane wherever you go. They've earned it, but just do not have it happen here. I remember it was disturbing when the Cubs clinched here in 1984. That was not fun to watch.
And the Mets are losing right now in the 5th inning.
They were losing late last night, weren't they? And got a home run in the 9th to tie it.
And
was that Cespedes?
Changed pretty quickly.
Somebody hit me.
Past the shift and past the outfielders. And with Polanco and Marte out with injury, it's a little bit easier to get the ball in the gaps here. And you take 2 of the speediest outfielders in the league out of the equation. The Nationals have capitalized a couple of times tonight.
But he did catch that gap perfectly. Similar to that ball, it just went over the head of Hansen. Just a lot of carry to a lot of heat on it once it got out there. Once it got out of the infield.
Zimmerman had really been struggling. 165 over the last month or so, and he's got 2 doubles tonight. Mound confab, and hey, you can watch the drive to the pennant with MLB.com Premium. You can watch every out-of-market game live in HD on more than 400 supported devices, and you can enjoy a free subscription to At-Bat Premium. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.tv. So Bastardo came in a tie game. He's given up a home run and a double, trying to keep it a 1-run game. This Nationals lineup, top 10 offense in runs per game this season. Their number 8 hitter Espinosa with 23 home runs, including 1 tonight. And that home run he hit was a pitch right over the outer edge of the plate, but because he gets pretty close to home plate, I mean, he has that great plate coverage.
Yeah, when they take your corners away, you've got to do something. You've got to adjust as a pitcher. Got to get them off that inside corner.
It doesn't start so close to the plate, but when that foot comes in, he ends up just a few inches away from that outer edge of the plate. So he's been hit 20 times as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, you can stop that. You can stop that outside coverage abruptly. It might cost you 90 feet down the first baseline, but you can stop it.
Keeping Zimmerman honest.
Ryan doesn't do a whole lot of running, but if you get careless and forget about him.
Want him to get that big lead so that he could score on a base hit.
Still concerned about call time. You know, it's interesting. Sometimes we forget about certain elements that happen during the course of a ball game. One of which is that pickoff moves. That comes as a subject every once in a while. Most of the time, pickoff moves are not designed to pick anybody off. It's just to let them know you're aware of them and to keep them back a step, as you said, and that kind of reminded me. Not so much to pick them off, just to let them know.
He falls behind 3-0.
But it is fun to pick somebody off. Somebody on base, and then they have to walk back into the dugout. One of the pitcher's little treasures.
Gio Gonzalez, at least for the moment, out on deck. Pitch-wise, this is about the time recently that he's been removed from the game. Maybe a decoy. And with 2 men on, even though it's a 1-run lead, I don't think they're going to have him bat here. Let's see. With 1 out, if there's no men out, maybe right, let him over, but otherwise I would rather have a bona fide bat. Chris Heisey will come up and pinch hit. Well, let's look at our T-Mobile greater coverage of baseball, and the Brewers turning their second triple play of the season, their 8th in team history earlier tonight. Also Noah Syndergaard missing tomorrow's start with strep throat. And so the Mets down another starter, but that looks to be more temporary. So Gonzalez is out. Bastardo is out. A pitching change here at PNC Park. Jared Hughes coming on. Buckles down a run. the Ramos home run off Bastardo. After the pinch hitter is announced, pinch pitcher coming on. Yeah, the ball girls are awesome here.
Young man is on his game.
Nothing gets past him. It's Mark Melanson in red. The Shark emerges.
He's on the scene, circling.
Smells blood in the water. Trying to keep it a one-run game and nothing more. Hughes did a nice job coming on with first and third in the 5th inning Tuesday to get a double play ball on Chris Carter. One of the top home run threats. Here, Heisey.
Jared much better recently. Working on a run of some good appearances. There's a stock and trade right there. That sinking fastball. This one off the plate. First one is there.
Heisey 3 pinch hit home runs, but a 179 average.
A little nemesis when he was with the Reds.
Foul tip.
Used to go to a 2-seam fastball when you didn't have a lot of speed. These guys are throwing 94 and 95 mile an hour sinkers. We had to go there. They choose to. Yeah, trying to get him to bite down and in.
Heisey in his career against Hughes 4 for 6 with a home run. Zimmerman at second, Espinosa on at first.
That, ladies and gentlemen, was a strike. That's the call you wanted right there. That would have been a huge second out. Pirates do not get the call. Check out the location. Down and in and perfect. And then you also had the possibility of the check swing. Pirates 0 for 2, both cases.
Zimmerman not a fast runner.
They are very, very aware of him.
A little pop and freeze. A drop.
Wow. Now we're trying to get the 5th out of the inning. Wow.
Usually freeze cool under pressure, but
off the heel of the glove.
Very rare miscue.
It's 2 opportunities for an out on that call third strike that should have been called, and then the drop. A lot of extra chances here for the Nationals.
Heisey is not grounded into a double play this season in his limited at bats.
See if Jared can overcome. Still want to go downstairs, wants to go downstairs. And gets him. Finally gets him to bite on that low inside power sinker.
Nice comeback.
And what a job this would be. Didn't get the call third strike. Didn't get the pop-up caught. But comes back and gets the strikeout.
Look at that late drop.
Oh, yeah. That's power. That's speed that's forcing that ball down. You got your hand on top of the ball, forcing it down on delivery. It has to go down.
Trey Turner 0 for 3 against Tyone. They went 5 innings tonight. Here in the 6th, Bastardo give up a homer, put those 2 men on.
Big item in this ball game right here. Big item.
Behind 2-0. He's got a lot of speed. There'll be no chance.
Well, we're even in those kind of hits. Hansen got 1. Now the bases are loaded. Strikeout possibility candidate with Jason Worth. But no help for the Pirates as the spin took it away. Once you get off that grass, you can see how close the line is. Usually it'll continue across the chalk if it falls off the grass, but that had reverse spin that kept it on the grass and going further back on the grass. No chance at all. Now you got the candidate, but can you put him away? So dangerous.
Worth in a dry spell, but Stevie's hit 20 home runs. You're right. 6 career grand slams, including 1 this year.
And Jared starting him out with a ball that was elevated, not his style. Now comes in. Close, just a little bit off the plate. And now he's in a tough spot because he's got to throw a strike now.
Can't rely on the chase with the bases full. Key point in this ball game here in the 6th.
95 miles an hour. Some heat with some movement right on the inside corner. Perfectly delivered pitch. You see that ball kind of winding back, kind of cutting back into the inside corner.
And 3 balls and a strike. And he just missed.
He missed with the first pitch by a lot, but everything else has been so close. And Worth has not chased. Yeah, the first pitch is up and in, but everything else right around the strike zone.
And he walked in a run. And Worth had been struggling at the plate, but it's a gift run batted in, and now a 2-run affair. Now you got to face Bryce Harper.
And we're going to change pitchers.
And who's got that big first batter in the inning? And the Pirates are going to elect to use Zach Phillips here, 3rd pitcher in the inning.
presented by the authority of the Pittsburgh Pirates, and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
We're in the 6th. Nationals have scored twice. Still threatening here with the bases full and 2 outs. Garrett Hughes, that big first man for the 2nd out, but then infield hit to Turner. The bases loaded, walk to Worth. And now Bryce Harper facing Zach Phillips.
Small sampling. 3 appearances covering a total of 1 inning, a walk and a strikeout. We need an out, and we need it now.
So they'll go left here. Ball 1.
That was a trick play. They get careless on the bases. That's our pickoff play. That's a very elaborate pickoff play. Somebody gets careless, you pick them off from the bounce. That was almost a whiff. You got to play the bricks, the blocks. Yeah. A trick play for the Pirates.
Got him right where we want.
And you don't want to keep throwing high curveballs in the strike zone.
Phillips in the minor leagues this year, lefties hit .301 against him. He had reverse splits in his time in AAA this year. He's ahead of Harper 1-2.
Steven Strasburg, number 37, in your picture.
And out of the picture, injured. Elbow concern.
Let's get him, Zach. Good looking breaking ball that Harper was able to stay alive with.
Phillips, who just turned 30 a couple of days ago, has 16+ innings of major league experience. Bases full with 2 outs.
Yes.
Sir. Call. And Phillips comes on to strike out Bryce Harper looking. 5 music from Crash City, one step at a time. And on our UPMC scoreboard, 5-3 Nationals. So the Pirates come back very much in that same order.
Let's take it one step at a time. There, serious Pittsburgh Pirate fan. Dakota Glover, right-hander, on to replace Gio Gonzalez. Now has put himself in a position, or his teammates have put him in a position to pick up a win if they can hold on to the lead that they established in top of the sixth. For Glover, the right-hander has come up all the way through the Washington organization, a 2015 draft choice, quickly getting to the big leagues, making appearance number 18.
Base hit for Alan Hansen. And let's go back to the studios. Rob King's got a game break. And that will sour the mood of Mr. Baker for a moment. And probably keep that bubbly room temperature. No matter the outcome here.
Got his office going on.
Single and a walk for David Freese.
One step at a time. We got the first step with Hansen reaching base. He looks like he's about old enough to be a 2015 draft choice.
Yeah.
Very young face.
23-year-old out of Oklahoma State.
Oof. Good. Bringing it at 97 miles an hour. 4 different levels of the Nats organization.
Phil Koch, the newest Pirate. Warmed and ready if needed for the 7th. Broke his bat, and he's going to have a base hit out of it.
Hey, he loves to go to right center field. Now this one a little short, but the same direction.
Well,
second one David's dropped in between people.
He deserves it. He's had a tough go of things lately, and now it's starting to fall his way again.
Just a little handle shot, and then the slip by Drew. A little sand wedge shot. And one step at a time.
Hansen had to avoid making contact and interfering there. And Dusty Baker says, all right, Glover, thank you. The rookie is through. 2 men on. Nobody out. Pirates will face Scrabble. Mark Zepchinski coming on.
Sports is brought to you by the Chevy Silverado and your Western PA Chevy dealers. And by Barrel. Our service centers are now open evenings and weekends. Visit barrelservice.com for more. Let's go Bucks!
And on a Friday Night Rocks, Pirates hope it will. They got a chance here with 2 on and nobody out, down 2 here in the 6th. They've come back to tie after trailing by 3 early. Josh Bell coming to bat against Mark Zepchinski.
Zep, I think his teammates call him Zep.
They call him Scrabble.
Do they really?
Yeah, all those letters.
yeah. Let's see why. I want to stay with Zep. Veteran left-hander coming over from Oakland. Ground ball specialist.
High into shallow center, right on the lip of the grass.
No ground ball there. The high major league pop-up.
Who's going to come up next? Well, they had Jordy Mercer in the on-deck circle. He pitch hit yesterday, but can't start because of a forearm concern. So Jason Rogers instead. Rogers has not faced Zepchinski in his career. Mike Maddox will give him the scouting report.
Always the right arm on the shoulder, right hand on the shoulder.
No Starling Marte. Came out of the game yesterday. Looked like his back was still bothering him. Josh Harrison's out for the season. Looking for a comeback. Zepchinski acquired by the Nationals on August 25th. Rogers 2 for 21 with the Pirates. Picked him up from the Brewers last year. He had a good year as a pinch hitter last year. This year at Indy at 263 with 6 home runs. Trying to get that rally going.
Yep. Get him inside out.
I'll do it. Two and 0. Phil Koch still getting up before the 7th. And now Juan Nicasio joining them.
Righty lefty.
Three balls, no strikes.
There will be no green light here.
Adam Frazier waiting for his chance on deck.
I should never say that, but this close to loading the bases, sure don't want to help him out. But you never know.
Going to see one,
but you pretty much know.
So this inning started. Alan Hansen with a base hit with that very good speed at second. Freese trails him at first. 3-2.
This was not his best swing.
A few Nationals fans hoping to see a celebration.
One of the bigger pitches to be delivered tonight right here.
And Rogers works a pinch hit walk. Base is full of buccos with one out. And with 3 men aboard, Adam Frazier. And the lefty who has been so good against lefties. That's why he's staying in there. Blake Trinan, the right-hander, ready for Washington. Frazier 10 for 21 against Southpaws.
Great numbers. You've seen him against lefties slap the ball the opposite way.
This is the Pirates' best chance here with the bases loaded. See if they can answer. Out to left, but Worth is there. Hansen will tag and score, and it's 5-4.
Good contact by Frazier, good enough to get one in. The Pirates still in business, but that's a huge run to get to within one.
Now Dusty Baker wants Trinan with Cervelli, who was so good against lefty pitching, coming up. Another pitching change here. 5-4 ball game here in the 6th. Game brought to you by Miller Lite. 5-4. Nationals lead cut to 1. 2 on, 2 out. And a third reliever here in the inning for Washington.
Blake Trinan. Appearance number 70. An operative number there in case you're interested. He's thrown up 5 home runs, 61 strikeouts in 63 innings, 64 innings basically.
Now it's Cervelli's.
Don't say anything to Franco.
Yeah. He retired, didn't he?
Franco Harris, he did retire.
Lead runner is Freese at second. Rogers at first, neither with great speed. Freese was able to score from second on a base hit back in the second. Pirates have battled back to tie once. They have not led.
Ooh, a chase. Pitch that's hardly in the picture of the grid.
Just a silly slider, moving so far out of the zone.
Yep, you can barely keep it in the picture there. That was a chase. A little more discipline there.
And when Cervelli started that swing, that's not where where that ball looked. A lot of movement on that slider from Trinan.
Under the watchful eye of his pitching coach, Mr. Maddox.
Calls him another one and dispatches Cervelli. Pirates get a run, down by 1. Washington, both teams plating runs in the 6th here on our UPMC scoreboard. And Sunday is the last kids' day of this season. The Pirates take on these Nationals at 1:35. You can visit the Family Fun Zone, get a kids-only giveaway, and after the game, kids run the bases. And it's a fan appreciation day where you can win autographed items and 2017 season memberships or shirts right off the players' backs. So get your tickets at pirates.com. Always a fun day for the tail end of the season. And here's pitcher Koch.
Bill Koch making his Pirate debut.
'31st pitcher Pirates have used this year, 55 different players.
Hi, Phil. Welcome.
Let's go, Bucks. Let's go, Bucks.
Great greeting.
I like Koch.
New face. Rendon.
Ramos and then Drew to follow. That's been a popular spot. Well able to haul it in for the first out.
Josh. Yeah, welcome, Phil. One up, one down. Nice of Josh Bell to stay with that ball. Looks like it might carry over his head. Coach spent most of the year AAA for the Yankees. A brief stint in the big leagues, very, very brief.
He's had a lot of postseason experience, 26 games with the Yankees and Tigers. Pitched in the World Series. You got a refuel energy bar for Bryce Harper. Need something to wash it down with. What can I? Ramos with a home run his last time around. Oh, we're gonna have puns again. We're gonna have puns. Yep. I can't stop. I can't. Everybody's done it. Should have heard me calling Will Smith games last year. That's right. New Coke.
Got that combo. What about apple pie?
He's still in AAA, so. Clint Hurdle not amused at our jokes. And I don't blame him. That's okay. Oh, yeah, all right.
There's that guy from ZZ Top, Dusty Hill, his grandpa there.
It's a Friday Night Rocks, of course.
That's a beard for you. Joe, you got half of that look right there. Now you just go.
Yeah, I'm wearing glasses.
Right.
Ramos with his second hit tonight.
He put the Nationals out in front with his home run leading off the sixth.
Yeah,
that was 2 days ago.
Point. Now, Coke this year pitching a majority of his games in AAA. Pitched in Lancaster through one game in independent ball, and then stayed out in Eastern PA in Scranton Wilkes-Barre. Pitched for the Yankees top farm club. They just won the Pacific Coast League. I should say they beat the Pacific Coast League champion El Paso Chihuahuas for the AAA championship just the other night. Stephen Drew with a double earlier. So even though Coke just traded for, he's pitched recently.
El Paso Chihuahuas. How good would they be against the Roanoke Rottweilers? That'd be an hors d'oeuvre.
Oh boy.
I got the Rottweilers favored. Could be.
There's one and two, a double play.
There goes Phil.
Getting the twin killing. Time to stretch. Pirates down a run. humming hard out of Friday Night Rocks. The place to be back here at PNC Park after a long road trip. 5-4 Washington.
Best looking couple in the ballpark right there.
Steve Blass, stamp of approval.
Well, yeah. I thought you were going to say Steve and Joe, not the best looking couple in the ballpark.
No. Deep down that list. See if Andrew McCutchen can get things going here. The Pirates have had answers, but not the solution. They have not led tonight. Come from behind once to tie. Clint Hurdle's squadron was 7-4 road trip, but here at home, for whatever reason, the last couple of road homestands have not gone well. Not a bad ball game tonight, but Pirates on the wrong side of the ledger. Pirates 3-13 the last two homestands. You were pointing out. I mean, it just kind of, you can't really point to something. Sometimes it just happens that way. But still, you look at that and you go, man, you're not used to seeing the Pirates have a stretch like that here.
Yeah, there's some things that are hard to explain. Ryan Vogelsong is not hard to explain. He's a trooper. More troopers.
Eric Glasnow on the right is going to start in place of Stephen Brault on Sunday. McCutchen running hard down that line. Espinosa getting out number one. So one out in the seventh. Mark Melancon might see him tonight.
Let's hope not. Trinon, I keep going back to that number, 5 home runs given up. Jung Ho can run into one, add to that total.
Driven in to run on a bounce out tonight. Also has walked. Trying for number 20. More importantly, tying this affair. Trinon's 1-0. There's the former National, Felipe Rivero.
Perfecta.
Is that a Nexon Heroes jersey?
Don't know the answer to that.
Gong Jung Ho. Surname first.
Yeah, there's a pretty good 1-2 punch by Trinon. Slider outside and then a fastball down and in. Need a mistake right here by the pitcher. Not by the hitter.
3-2.
Ramos, whenever he misses, Ramos throws the ball out. I guess he's entitled to do that.
Still 3-2. Young an 8-pitch at bat his last time around. Ended up working that walk. Pirates down a run in the 7th here in the series opener. Fouled away.
Staying alive on a very much a pitcher's pitch by trying to the at bat continues.
Sean Rodriguez on deck. Young has already seen 21 pitches today. Another 3-2. And then work another walk. So the tying run aboard. And get on board.
Looks like the gangplank of a cruise ship.
So Sean Rodriguez lined out very sharply back to Gio Gonzalez, the pitcher, in the 5th.
Need a trip to the Gap store.
The Nationals have shopped there several times tonight.
The backdoor breaking ball that they get the call on.
Rodriguez on the road trip, 6 homers and 15 RBIs.
Looking for a fastball, didn't get it.
And Oliver Perez.
Let me see Ali in that 1-0 18 inning affair in Washington.
Saw everybody.
Saw everybody, yeah, including that youngster in the stands.
Oh, that was a fun thing, watching his reactions.
Yeah.
1-2 on Rodriguez.
Quite a Sunday afternoon. Murphy hit the home run with what, 2 outs in the 9th?
And 2 strikes.
2 strikes.
Mark Melancon giving up that home run to Murphy. Now they're teammates.
But Mr. Marte hit a home run.
In the top half of that 18th inning. Felipe Rivero, now a Pirate, pitched 3 innings in that game for Washington. There's Marte.
Yep.
Telling them that story right now. Hey, you remember that time? Wasn't that great?
Yes, sir.
That'll sneak through. Bucks on the pond with 1 out.
Nice at bat for Sean Rodriguez. As you said, it continues a string of excellent at bats. Curveball, see the spin. Sean sees the spin. Sean sees it going into left field. Yep.
We'll take all comers. Come on.
Yep. There's room.
Young, the lead runner at second. After working that walk, 8 pitches. Rodriguez aboard. Alan Hansen had been 2 for 3, and you could hear Tim Timmons, home plate umpire, calling for Jaso, who had been announced as the pinch hitter. Has never even appeared out of the dugout. Now he just comes out of the dugout. Dusty Baker's already heading to the mound. Is he in the game? He hasn't been announced by the public address announcer. But Dusty Baker's going to make the change. We'll sort it all out when we come back. See who bats here with 2 men on in the 7th. Now the Nationals have the lead. Pirates threatening. Dusty Baker going with his fourth reliever. Familiar name.
Ollie. Well, the gray-haired Oliver Perez. He's been around a while. Of course, we saw a lot of Oliver. Some very good work for the Pirates a long time ago. 62nd appearance.
35 years old now. Well, John Jaso was in the game as a pinch hitter. He was lifted. Now Jordy Mercer. Batting here for Alan Hansen.
Oliver Perez, 38 innings, 43 strikeouts. Still got something left in the tank. Starts him off with a hook.
Mercer's been out of the starting lineup with some forearm concerns.
Oh, turned his back on that one. Oliver had a signature move when he was a starter for the Pirates. He'd head out to the pitcher's mound and do a big sidestep jump over the baseline. Go out there and turn sideways and get across the line and go to work. That's quite a move on that last delivery. A little movement, trying for a little deception. A little more traditional there. Still 93 miles an hour.
This is the matchup that Clint Hurdle likes because how Mercer throughout his career has hit against lefties. .314 in his career, as we saw a little lesser this year. So instead of the switch hitting Hansen against Trinan, he wanted Mercer against Perez. 2 on, 1 out. And 3-2 on Jordy Mercer.
Plot thickens. Oliver wants to talk to his catcher.
Young, the lead runner at second. Rodriguez aboard at first. Mercer 1 for 3 lifetime against Perez. Popped him up. Zimmerman. It's a big second out.
Jordy Mercer takes it to a full count. We'll take it pitch by pitch. The breaking ball in for a strike on the inside corner. And then out in front 0-2. Doesn't get him to chase. Down in. Takes it full. Right there, just missing. And then the pop-up. A pitch that Jordy would like to have back. Kind of up and in. Pitch that he'll tell you he can drive on a lot of occasions. And now we're going to go with another pitching change. At least one item of personnel, but probably a double switch.
Yeah, after you bring in a pitcher, they have to face at least one batter. But David Freese, one of the top men against lefty pitchers this season. Mr. Baker doesn't want that matchup. September baseball. Another change here as the Pirates threaten down a run in the 7th. 5-4. Pirates threatening with 2 on and 2 out, down a run. And Wilmer Defoe now in the game at second base on a double switch. Will be due up third in the 8th, and now on the mound, Sean Kelly.
The strikeout man. Take a look at these numbers now. Innings 53 2/3, 77 strikeouts. Impressive, but home runs 9 given up. Stay tuned. Little feast or famine program for Mr. Kelly.
Facing David Freese, who has been on base all 3 times. A couple of singles and a walk. Gunn walked. He's at second. Rodriguez on at first. Pirates down a run on the 7th. And 2-0. Look who's starting to stretch. In honor. A homecoming. Twisting foul and out of play. Kelly's got a sign he likes. Three and 1. Josh Bell on deck. Strike. Freeze a short dispute.
Ooh, right there. A perfecta.
What's he do here on 3-2? 2 on, 2 out. This will get out of play as well.
I have to be very careful. I'm checking my stats pages and trying to get the right line. There's Kelly, and then above him is Grace. That is not Grace Kelly on the mound.
See if he can dance his way out of this one. And he does as he strikes out Freeze. Still 5-4.
is brought to you by Kenny Ross, Total Confidence Pricing, and by Levin Furniture, the official furniture and mattress supplier to the Pittsburgh Pirates. For the best quality, service, and value, shop Levin's. Let's go Bucks!
There's your neck of the woods, Steve.
Yep, up on the hill. Beautiful.
5-4 Washington. Pirates have not led, at least not yet. Matt Joyce in the game in left on a double switch, so he'll be due up second in the last half of the 8th. Adam Frazier started the game at second. He's back there. A second chance at second base. And the former National, Felipe Rivero.
Pay attention. We're running through some personnel tonight. Almost like an Abbott and Costello bit. He's on third base. I don't know. Third base.
Young.
Young's on third base. Who's on first?
When I worked in the Dodgers minor league system, they had a player named Chin Lung Hu. His last name was H.U.
Don't tell me he's a first baseman.
He played shortstop.
Okay.
Thank goodness. It's only the 8th. A lot of options in September, right? Available pitchers. You see at the bottom, they've got to double up the names on the sheets.
A lot of Sharpies.
Run out of ink. Rivero makes quick work of his former teammate.
See the hand all over the baseball, restricting the speed, and has Ryan way out in front.
It's a heck of a scorecard. Don't make a mistake using ink.
That's why I've got the old pencil.
You're smarter than us all.
And Pearl. Pearl's been used so much, broken half.
Oh my gosh, already. First year.
Already. Oh yeah, it's one a year.
I thought you were telling me the last one you used was like 15 years old.
That's when they used to make them, man. That's when they made a good eraser. They don't make good erasers.
Yeah, my goodness. Well, the market's declining for erasers. It shouldn't be. Why? Pencils are still used.
You're going to tell me that erasers don't break. I tell you that computers break down. You're going to say erasers do also.
They're a heck of a lot cheaper to repair. An eraser. Might have to go online to buy your next one.
Not gone that far yet, Joe. not that
we
far.
We got you with a smartphone. You can go shop on Amazon for an eraser.
Be careful, I'll block you. I'll block you. How can you block? That would be technically.
So that's what's happening. Whatever.
That's how I can do it. My smartphone, a chip, computer chip, a chip off the old block.
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
Rivero ahead of Espinosa. And a foul ball. He homered back in the second. Part of a 3-run inning for the Nationals. Pirates battled back to tie, but then Washington moving ahead with 2 runs in the 6th. Wilson Ramos with a home run in that inning. That's where it ended up. The Espinosa home run.
I don't need that wording out there. Grows in during the summer. We come up some spring training. It looks a little scratchy. But, it fills in beautifully. Nice touch in this ballpark.
Back-to-back strikeouts for Rivero. Thinks he wants to prove something to the team that traded him away.
Yes, he does, and he is.
Oof.
Nice breaking ball. The old slinger, breaking ball.
He's done so well since joining the Pirates, coming into tonight a 1.50 ERA.
Watch out.
Wilmer Defoe. Part-time action, native of the Dominican Republic, from Santiago de los Caballeros.
Yes, I played there.
Have you?
Yeah, that's where I played winter ball. Oh. Stay up, thank you.
A soft liner and a nice inning for Rivero. 1, 2, 3. Pirates coming to bat, down a run. Bottom of the 8th. Kelly got the final out in the 7th. Pirates had 2 men on with 1 out. Bell, Joyce, and Frazier. All going to bat from the left side against Kelly.
Getting late. All we need is a point to get back even. 2 to take the lead.
0 for 3 tonight for Bell. Bell now 3 for 13. Scratch that. Yep, no, that's right. 3 for 13. And Bell deep out there. For the out, however. They hit a ball well back in the 2nd inning. And they got nothing out of it. And the same driving this one out to right to begin the 8th. Like some of our Point Park Instagram in this case tonight. Andrew Frost and Shy with Teague.
Mr. Teague making the rounds.
Fans having some fun at the ballpark.
Let's go Bucks. They know what to do.
Don't forget Teak and Rob King post game when this one concludes. Hopefully talking about a win in the opener of this homestand. Pirates have not led though. See if Matt Joyce can get going back in the right direction. After that great start to the year. He's had a rough go of it.
He's lurking, circling.
All his pregame rituals.
And 2 balls well hit.
Good to see Joyce drive the ball, but a 2nd out. And Joyce in his last 40 games hitting around 120. But still getting on base a lot because of those walks. It was a good ride. Kelly's retired the 3 men he's faced. Yeah, we saw Mitch Keller.
Should go in the first round right there.
Minor league pitcher of the year here at the ballpark. He's 20, and a young man not quite in rookie ball yet, somewhere down the way. Adam Frazier's driven in a pair tonight.
Well, if that kid hires an agent right away, we know he's really optimistic.
Well, there have been stranger stories. Cole Hamels, the great Rangers pitcher, grew up in San Diego, and his mom was working in the front office with the Padres at the time. And the general manager at that time said, "Hey, I'll sign your son to a lifetime contract for $1." And he gave him $1, and he signed his name, and just like any kindergartner signs his name. Couldn't get that to hold up in court, though. And a 9-pitch inning as the Pirates go down in order of the 8th. 9th coming up. 5-4 Nats. For the Buccos tomorrow as they continue this series against the Nationals, and that's going with Joe Ross, 7-5, 3.48 ERA in his 17 starts this season. Our coverage starts at 6:30 with Pirates pregame, presented by W.B. Mason right here on Root Sports. (5-4) Nats. Pirates have battled back the tie through 3 innings. Played from behind since the 6th. Trying to keep it at a 1-run game.
Juan Nicasio, pitcher number 7. Tyone, Bastardo, Hughes, Phillips, Koch, Rivero, scoreless with 2 strikeouts, and now Juan Nicasio.
Face the top of the order, Trey Turner.
13 pitchers so far. Ball game.
In September, the rosters are expanded. You could use anybody on your 40-man roster. Pirates have made a couple of trades in September to add more pitchers.
Bones had to take some extra uniforms to get ready, didn't he, on the trip? Sew some new names on.
Guys just keep joining the Pirates, and so we've seen many of them here in this game. Phil Koch making his Pirates debut. Nicasio's been with the Bucs all year. Will pop up to Frazier for the first out. Oh, I like that.
Yeah. Terrible towel.
A terrific towel.
Yep. Let's go Bucks.
Jason Worth walked with the bases loaded back in the 6th. That right now, the 5th run for the Nationals, the difference. Has really not had it going well lately for him. Gets a hard hit, rolling base hit. Maybe that walk giving him a little confidence there.
Hey, after your long trip, I've got a movie review for you.
Okay.
I'd like to bring you up to date on the movie.
Please do.
Go see Sully.
Okay.
It's excellent, outstanding. It's a great example of how a lot of people came together to make a wonderful thing happen in the toughest of circumstances. Well done. Tom Hanks is always excellent. It's a movie by Clint Eastwood. He's always excellent in his work, so check it out.
Give it 2 thumbs up?
Very much so.
All right, I will check it out.
Sully.
Bryce Harper struck out looking with the bases loaded back in the 6th. Hard liner foul. We've seen a good number of red shirts, many with that number 34 on the back.
Not too long a trip to come over from D.C.
Yeah, they want to see their Nationals clinch the NL East. Magic number is 2. Pirates have a large say in whether that happens in this series or not. Also depending on the team that they're leading, and that's the Mets, who are hosting the Phillies tonight. New York has a 10-5 lead in the 7th in that game. Quite the hat. Got the glove to match.
There's quite a chapeau there. That.
Call him macaroni.
Yep.
Two. And very careful with Bryce Harper here. Worth on at first after that single, 1 out. Ione went 5, gave up 3 runs. Bastardo 2 runs in his 1/3. The rest of the bullpenners putting up 0 since.
Another one just like the one Worth hit, not too far out of reach, but hit so hard you don't have time to get to it.
So 2 aboard with 1 out. Harper's 3rd hit tonight.
that ball might have been intended to get in more, but it just stayed out there and spun out and stayed up.
Amazing to see what Harper has done at this point in his career. He's younger than all but 2 Pirates. He's 6 days older than Alan Hansen and about 10 months older than Tyler Glasnow.
Amazing, and it seems like he's been around.
He's a veteran.
10 years.
Been around half that.
Yep.
Rendon 0 for 4. See if you can turn 2 on him here. Or get one of these patented strikeouts that Nicasio is throwing up there. 31 straight relief appearances now. Pretty much since he's joined the bullpen, he's at least had 1 strikeout in each of those. That's a Pirates team record. And one of the longest streaks within a season in baseball history.
He had to work for it, though, in that one game in Milwaukee, didn't he? With, late in his appearance.
A little suspense.
He got 1.
Drew Hutchison in the background. Mark Melanson getting loose. There's another. Nice to be able to get a strikeout when you want it.
Yeah, it is. Up and in. Not much you can do with that pitch there. Not that far off his body, and that first move is in toward the plate, and that ball just eating him up inside.
It appears to rise. Another one of those balls that just doesn't sink. Kind of think it's going to maybe come down a little bit. It never does. Then the pitcher makes you look a little foolish. Ramos with a home run and a single after striking out twice against Tayo. He's down a strike.
Good zip on that fastball. Yeah, they used to say those high fastballs, they just don't come down as fast. I mean, it's not that they drop, it's the gravity doesn't take as much effect as it would on a slower pitch. If it kept traveling, it would eventually go down. About past 60 feet 6 inches. Even a bullet has to stop and drop eventually. There's a little 70 or 95 mile an hour snap. Get out of the way.
Now what do? Throw a slider down and away here?
You got a lot of choices. You can come right back in there too. You get their attention with high heat. They want it down and away.
Yeah.
Well, they get it down and in. Must be frustrating for catchers all night long. Put their target. It gets hit every once in a while, but there's a lot of times the guys don't throw it to the glove.
It's hard to do.
Tell me about it.
2 on, 2 out. And the 2-1. Young. And everyone's going to be safe.
And that's got to be an error with the catcher running.
Yeah, he would have had time. And that's a play that Young will tell you he'll make almost every time. Tough time for an error. So the base is loaded with 2 outs. Clint Robinson to pinch hit for the pitcher Kelly.
It's see if we can overcome this miscue.
There was an error that the Pirates made in the 6th inning. They got that batter, but the inning continued and another run came across. Right now the deciding run. One of 3 errors tonight. 2 strikes.
Just working them in, just tying them up.
Worth at third, Harper at second, Ramos on at first. And Freeze to Nicasio for the out. So the Nationals threatened, 2 hits and an error, 3 left. Pirates need a run off their former closer, Mark Melancon, coming on.
In his first appearance back at PNC Park, number 43, Mark Melancon.
Mark Melancon grinding.
Locked him up. You can raise the Johnny Roger house. Sweep it is.
Very classy tribute to a huge contributor in all the Pirates' recent success.
Yep. But he is no longer a Pirate. We need 2 runs.
Oh, thanks for everything. And applause from both Nationals fans that are here and everybody else in attendance too.
Great work for the Pirates. Great citizen for the time that Mark spent in Pittsburgh.
And a tribute within Pirates bullpen as well. But you're right, Steve. What a good time for his first blown save as a National.
Yeah, it's I mean that's what you try to do.
He's 12 for 12 since joining Washington. Pirates need at least a run.
Well, let's see how much his former catcher knows about his approach here.
Cervelli, then McCutchen and Gung.
Nice gesture. I hear a lot of people say, well, a catcher in this situation knows what this pitcher tries to do, but batter still has to react. The pitcher throws the pitch. He's got the edge. It's up to the batter to see if he can react to what is being delivered to him.
I think a lot of people know about Mark Melancon's cutter, but
yeah,
they haven't been able to hit it for a while. So I'm with you. That's
it's
easier
tough.
said than done.
What Francisco Cervelli knows right now is that he will see a dose of the cutter. How much of it, we don't know. Would Mark try to fool his catcher? Maybe go out of character a little bit? Probably not. Probably stay with his strength. Like that.
Broke his bat.
Yeah.
And 1 out. Andrew McCutchen. Blistered a ball into the gap in right center for a triple back in the third. Also has drawn a walk tonight.
Mark Melancon has given up 1 home run as a, excuse me, a Nationals pitcher.
And
skip.
They'll go shopping again.
Or maybe we could get a bounce with a lot of English on it.
Tying run is aboard. And McCutchen's second hit tonight. His second career hit against Melancon. If there's a 10th inning. Watson getting ready.
Now, would Andrew McCutchen think about trying to get 90 feet? The Nationals will
try to get into scoring position with 1 out.
Yep. They'll keep an eye on him.
He has stolen 6 bases, but thrown out 7 times. Done tonight has walked twice. Driven in a run on a bounce out. That is the tying run.
Kind of a modest lead at this point for Andrew.
And Melancon pretty quick home. Doesn't give you a whole lot of windup with a man on. Just side step and go. That's a fair ball. And they're not going to get an out of it.
Wide throw by Ramos. Huge break for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Pulled him off second base. Here's the chop right out in front of home plate. Ramos out of the chute. Throws a down and in fastball that causes Espinosa to leave the bag. Does Dusty want to take a look at this? Chris Fire letting him know that they should.
Young is out for a pinch runner.
Florimon, yep.
Pedro Florimon, the pinch run. That's the potential winning run. Young reached on a fielder's choice. McCutchen reached on a throwing error. The Nationals are going to challenge this, saying that somehow Espinosa stayed on the bag. Well, when did they have control of the ball, though? You know, I mean, that ball can pop out of his glove until he puts his hand over it. And I mean, we'll see what the umpires interpret, but to me, he's not in possession of the ball until he put his hand over it. It looked like it was about to pop out of his glove. Let's look at our Allegheny Health Network Super Bowl.
I've stopped guessing.
He might be on the bag. Now he's on the bag right there. Yeah, that looks like he was on the bag. His hand is covering the ball, and you can't see any shadows between his foot and the base. This might be overturned, and that would be a huge swing.
Is there enough evidence? Always the question.
Another angle here. Looks pretty evident that if you slow it down enough that the foot was on the bag, and that one angle we saw, it looked like he did have control of the ball, putting his hand over the ball in his glove. But it's up to the umpires in New York to decide. If McCutchen is out, if the call is overturned, that means there's 2 outs and a runner at first. Otherwise, you got the tying run in scoring position and only 1 out. Could be a big swing here.
The longer they wait, well, the wait is over, maybe. The longer they're.
And McCutchen is out. The call is overturned.
Force play.
A 2-6 put out instead. And now, instead of 1 out, there's 2. And Florimon now the potential tying run at first. Well, how about that play by Espinosa?
Yep. Trying to drag both feet, or hold one foot and drag the other one.
Like a receiver trying to stay in bounds. Now it's all up to Sean Rodriguez. Florimon at first with 2 outs. Rodriguez singled his last time. He's 1 for 4.
Would Florimon think about taking off?
I just don't know with how quick Melanson is to the plate.
He does a good job, but these are desperate times.
Melanson's thinking, got to keep him close. Rodriguez on that 11-game road trip hit 6 home runs. Hit well into center and past Turner. Florimon off to the races, and he is gonna score the tying run here in the 9th.
Hot bat of Sean Rodriguez has kept the Pirates alive.
Down to their final out. The Pirates convert against their former closer.
That ball had a lot of carry to it. Line drive, he hit the bottom of the ball to give it some extra carry, and reaching up, can't come up with it, and the speed of Florimon beats the wrap easily. Here goes Turner, How close does he come? That close. That close. What's he waiting for?
With 2 outs, he's got to go.
What's he waiting for? It all works out.
Now Eric Fryer pinch hitting for Juan Nicasio. Sean Rodriguez. A huge hit. Hitting it past the converted shortstop Turner in center field. And Melanson with his first blown save as a National. Fryer and Stallings, the last healthy men on the Pirates bench.
Get down, get down, get down.
And a tremendous grab by Harper in foul territory.
And we're one.
And Clint Hurdle wants to take a look. Did he trap that ball? We shall see.
So far, the man of the hour, Sean Rodriguez.
And the Pirates are going to challenge this. Was it a catch? Ooh, well. And then he
can't see the last part of that.
Oh boy.
I don't know. He had his body shielding us, but it looked to me like he kept the ball on the leather.
Well, if the Pirates win the challenge, it'll just be a foul ball, and the at-bat continues. The Pirates lose the challenge, they're out of challenges, and we go to the 10th. I think he held on.
Terrific catch by Harper. But we'll go through the dance.
And Melanson, first time in 13 opportunities with Washington. He does not convert the save. Sean Rodriguez has had about as good of a 2 weeks as you can have at the plate. Driving it just past Turner, newly made into a center fielder. Playing his whole career in college and the minors as a shortstop. And it was a Nationals challenge that went their way that put the Pirates' backs against the wall. And the Pirates lose the challenge here. Fryer fouls out. So we go to the extra innings. 5-5 here in the series opener. Does not convert a save. The Pirates with a run in the bottom of the 9th, and we'll go to extra innings, tied at 5. And Bryce Harper in foul ground, making that catch. If that ball lands fair, Pirates win the game. Pedro Florimon stays in the game to play short. And Sean Rodriguez moves from shortstop to third. Tony Watson on to face Ryan Zimmerman to start the 10th inning.
The numbers for Tony Watson. A couple of wins. He has been bitten by the home run bug this year. 10.
Now the Pirates are already pretty thin despite this being September. Rodriguez with a high throw and couldn't get the tag on. And Clint Hurdle's out of challenges.
But they're all coming in.
He's going to ask for a crew chief review. Did Freese get a tag, or did he come down on the bag in time?
He's still up there. Put your foot down.
Gravity.
But did he step down? Well.
And there is the tag. And so credit the umpires there. They don't have to grant it, but they thought, okay, let's get it right. Let's make sure our call is right. It was not. They switched it.
Now,
and give them credit.
Do they have as many umpire reviews as they want?
Yeah,
they have 20 of them.
Yeah, the umpires can go and look at it anytime they want. But Clint Hurdle can't make them anymore because the Pirates are out of challenges.
Can he ask them?
He did.
Well, then.
And they oblige. Well, sometimes they deny that.
Yeah.
But if they don't, if they think there's a chance they may not have gotten the call right, they'll look. And they did that. And good job.
If the manager wants a review before using his, they have to respond. They have to look at it.
Yes. And so the Nationals, even Dusty Baker winning that challenge in the 9th inning, they still have a challenge.
Yeah.
Still use it at their discretion. Mark Melanson giving up a run in the bottom of the 9th. 2-out double by Sean Rodriguez. And the Pirates now with very few options remaining for extra innings. Espinosa, who is homered tonight, almost down in front of that. The Pirates have one healthy position player on their bench. That's Jacob Stallings, a backup catcher. That's assuming Starling Marte is not available. And then out of their bullpen, Phillies has not been available in some time. Trevor Williams pitched 2 2/3 yesterday, so he's not going to be on. You got Jeff Locke, Drew Hutchison, and probably Wade LeBlanc again, who pitched an inning last night. So you got some guys with some length and not too many pinch hitting options left. Just Stallings.
Delivered by Tony right where the glove was, but
there's no action right now in the Washington bullpen. So does Melanson go back out for a 10th after throwing 12 pitches in that inning? Just 12. It's a fair ball. And Defoe,
you can fly.
Works his way in with a 2-out double. So the rookie.
Sean Rodriguez not too far from the third base line, but that ball,
oh boy,
was just perfectly placed.
Hey, nice ups from Mark Wegner.
Yeah, the whole thing was choreographed. Watch this. I wonder if that got a piece of the bag itself on its way down the left field line. 2-out double.
So it goes back to Trey Turner. Defoe's third double. This one should get out of play, and it will. Meanwhile, for the Nationals, they have 5 position players available. That discounts Daniel Murphy. And they've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 listed out of their bullpen. And without knowing what their availabilities are, but they seem to have more options than the Pirates at this point. And we've seen these two teams tangle for an extended period earlier this year in a game where Mark Melancon gave up a run with 2 outs in the 9th. Except he was pitching for the Pirates at that time.
Runs, 23 hits. Pirates trying to find a way to win, overcoming 3 errors.
Well, the Mets have won tonight, so the Nationals could not clinch even if they do win. And the Pirates holding on to the faint hopes of the postseason, need every win. Down a run with 2 outs in the 9th and tied. A little bit of inspiration here to start the homestand. Now they got to finish it off. But first, they need to put up a 0. Rodriguez with the RBI double with 2 outs off Melancon. Now 2-2.
And you can really forget trying to throw Defoe out at home plate if there's a base hit to the outfield. He's getting a very generous lead. He's got great speed, and there's 2 outs. A lot of factors involved there. So Tony needs to get this man right here.
Foul ball.
Watch the English. Watch the English.
They're going to let it roll.
Pick it up.
Foul ball.
Okay. Wow. that had a lot of drama to it. I was trying to watch the ball rolling and keep track of Defoe at the same time.
Yeah, Defoe had moved to third. And Trey was hoping that ball wasn't a Turner, but it was.
Once it gets off the grass, wow.
Freeze. Now, if it hits the bag, it's a fair ball.
Yeah.
You didn't have a lot of time left.
Yeah, the train was coming down the track. Take him, Tony. It's a battle.
This is the 10th pitch coming up to Turner. Defoe at second.
Shotgun pattern.
He struck him out. Took him 10 pitches. Watson stranding the go-ahead run.
by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side, don't you know?
You're really good at that. So Mark Melancon, after blowing the save in the 9th, comes out for the 10th. 5-5 tie. Pirates score, they win. David Freese will lead it off.
It's not an unusual pattern by Mark Melancon for a strike in the inside part of the plate, perhaps set up the cutter.
Freese with 2 hits tonight. Has a game-ending, game-winning home run in his career that came last year while with the Angels versus the Mariners.
Curveball, not the cutter.
And the Mets winning tonight, so the Nationals cannot clinch no matter what the outcome. Magic number still at 2. Broke his bat.
Well, there's a good many of the faithful that were here tonight, some 29,513. There have been some departures, but a lot of folks hanging in. Hoping their Pirates can grind out a tough win.
Trying to find an extra inning victory.
Find it with one swing of the bat right here.
Josh Bell 0 for 4. Last time the Pirates had a walk-off win back on August 5th. Sean Rodriguez a leadoff home run against Ross Ohlendorf. Bell has hit the ball hard a couple of times out to right.
He wanted to end it right there.
Well, normally his approach is to take it the opposite way, but he's got plenty of power if he wants to pull it.
That didn't look like an opposite type of swing, opposite field type of swing.
Yeah, he wanted to make this ball game. Despite facing 5 batters in the 9th, Melancon needed only 12 pitches to get through. Rodriguez with the double off him. And the curveball strikes out Bell.
Straight downer.
Well, after giving up the lead in the 9th, Melancon has pinned down the first 2. Matt Joyce lined out to deep center. 1 for 4 in his career against Melancon. Now ball to strike.
Saw a shot of Josh Harrison on the Pirate bench. That's got to be eating his heart out right now not to be involved in these games, regardless of wild card settings, end of season, and any of that stuff. I think Josh Harrison likes it on the bench.
Out for the season. Groin strain. He'll be back and ready. Plenty of time to start up his preseason workouts. Two balls and two strikes. Garrett Cole out for the year. Cole on the right. A.J. Schugel today placed on the 60-day DL. Chris Stewart coming back from his knee surgery, saying he'll be feeling good pretty soon. But out for the year as well. Adam Frazier hopes to have a chance here to bat in the 10th. 3-2 on Matt Joyce. Even though Joyce has not really had a batting average to speak of the last 6 weeks or so, he's still been getting on base with regularity because he's walked a lot. And an easy play to end the 10th. 11th inning coming up on a Friday night, tied at 5. Andrew McCutchen with that 3-base hit to start the 3rd, and he would score the equalizer. Young driving him in on that bounce out. 3-3 ball game. The Nationals going back ahead in the 6th. Off Bastardo, Wilson Ramos with that second home run tonight. Bases loaded, walk to Worth would put him up 2 and down a run in the 9th. The Pirates would tie it with 2 outs. Sean Rodriguez with that double just past Trey Turner. Mark Melanson failing to convert a save for the first time as a National. And that's how we've gotten to extra innings. We start the 11th, tied at 5. And Melanson pitching 2 innings. He came back out and offered a 1-2-3-10th. The Pirates with their 9th pitcher of the night. Wade LeBlanc an inning yesterday. Jason Worth 1 for 4. Bases loaded walk in the 6th inning. Well, we've seen Phil Koch make his Pirates debut today, and then LeBlanc, another guy who was traded for in September after his season had already ended, pitching in the minor league playoffs. And on a night like tonight, I think the Pirates are glad that they've added a couple of extra arms. They have Locke and Hutchison available for the rest of the night after LeBlanc. And then if it gets really crazy, Ivan Nova's tomorrow's starter. Barely have to move. So 1 out, and let's go back to the studios. Rob King with a game break.
Thanks, guys. Rangers at the A's. The Rangers clinched the AL West with a victory. Kendall Graveman was perfect through 6, but in the 7th, the A's see 1 run scored and then 2 more added on, and the Adrian Beltre home run is 31st of the year, guys. 3-0 now, Rangers in the 7th.
How about Jeff Bannister's Texas Rangers?
Doing it again.
Bryce Harper. He's got 3 hits tonight. Zach Phillips struck him out looking with the bases loaded in that 6th inning.
Kind of funny looking sweep swings by Mr. Harper.
And 1-2. Harper 2 for 8 against LeBlanc lifetime. Good morning.
Check your heart rate. What do you think, Jason? Get your attention?
Down the line. And Joyce with room for the 2nd out. Well, the last time these two teams met, it was extra innings.
There's our man. There's our man.
Pirates fans living in Maryland come out to D.C. and all through those extra innings. It started as a day game and turned into an evening game, and then Nicholas after Marte's home run.
What do you think, Nick? Yeah, Mom. Yeah.
Raise the Nicholas.
The Jolly Nicholas.
He hung in there for the whole game, and what was really cool is Pirates president Frank Coonelly hosting he and the family here at PNC Park for a game shortly after that. What a great moment that was. And just as we embrace such a cool moment in baseball, we hear the woo here at PNC Park.
What's the background of the woo? Do you know?
Ric Flair, wrestler.
What did he do? Say woo at the end of ball games?
Yeah, after matches and stuff. Yeah.
Did he? Okay.
And then somehow
the Nature Boy, wasn't he the Nature Boy?
It's not like this is the only place it's done, but it's catches on here pretty good. The Nature Boy, yeah, Ric Flair.
I wonder what Yukon Eric would have said, or Gorgeous George. We'll never know.
Those were talkies, weren't they, when they were wrestling? I think
yes, they were. Careful. A little sensitive now. After
well, you said that you didn't know if we could hear them, so that's all. Okay. So a 2-out walk here to Rendon. This is maybe our next Nicholas. It's 11:30 here in Pittsburgh. Wilson Ramos with that big home run in the 6th.
Ooh.
Just missed that fastball from LeBlanc.
Ooh.
Now they got you doing the woo too, just your own version. A menacing stare from Ramos after two.
Woo.
LeBlanc a couple of weeks ago was pitching for Tacoma in the Pacific Coast League playoffs. Here in the 11th inning for the Pirates. And he strikes out Wilson Ramos. Pirates can win it if they score as we go to the 11th. Adam Frazier will lead it off.
By Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. You could wild side, wouldn't you know it, Joey?
Can you imagine me with a wild side?
I can. It's very disturbing, but I can.
5-5 as we go to the bottom of the 11th.
I think you keep it together pretty well, Mr. Joe.
Adam Frazier will start it off.
But everybody has a wild side. Esmero Petit.
Trying to make his small contribution here. 8 pitchers now for Washington. And
hanging in there.
Trying to get that ball.
And there's that couple.
Frazier with a single way back in the 2nd.
Didn't we hear a while ago, several innings or hours ago, about one step at a time, a song that we need to practice here? Well,
Pirates have battled back from a couple of different deficits to tie, but they have not led. Well, if they lead in this game, they'll have won the game. That's the last step. One away for Cervelli. 0 for 5 tonight. So he's due after a night where he struck his first home run.
Petit has given up 11. Hits the outside corner.
Down the line. And a fair ball. And Cervelli will stand at second.
Hooked it down into the corner to the delight of the Lady Bucks. This looked like it was in slow motion, Joey. Gets it high fly ball, lazy fly ball, but in a perfect direction. Long run for Worth to get over in the neighborhood. He was never going to get close to it.
And the irony is the Nationals are playing no doubles.
But we're in business. We're going to work around Andrew. His run means nothing. Sets up a double play.
Well, it's either face McCutchen or Pedro Florimon, with Gung being pinched run for back in the ninth.
Well, this makes all the sense. Really, no matter who you got up, set up the double play.
Right. And it's always fun to see when a guy gets walked, the guy after him probably has a little bit extra edge, right?
Oh,
I want to make them pay.
Yeah, got a little extra juice going.
So McCutchen intentionally walked for the 7th time this season. Jacob Stallings, the last available position player on the Pirates bench, he would bat. Or what? Let's see. Yeah, he could bat in this inning. If he does, it would be with the bases loaded and 2 outs. Florimon 5 for 10. So in a very short period of time, he's done well.
Here's a hot bat.
Florimon runs well, so we're trying for that double play ball. Gonna have to hit it hard right at somebody. Well, one career game-winning hit came a little over a year ago. RBI triple.
I remember that. Down the right field corner, I believe, or right field somewhere.
Yeah, it was to right off of Keith Hessler of the Diamondbacks. Also an extra inning affair. Sean Rodriguez is the reason we're here. Held up his swing, 2-1.
Small thing, but a big thing. 1 and 2 is a lot different than 2 and 1. They're not
normal depth.
Yeah, but not as far in as I thought they might be with the light hitting. Florimon.
3-1. Could Sean Rodriguez first tie it and then win it? He's on deck.
Of course.
Two on and one out. And ball for the Florimon. They walked McCutchen to get to him. And now the bases are full. A wild pitch, a hit batter, a balk, a walk, a hit, a deep fly ball. So many ways for Sean Rodriguez to win it. His double tied the game with 2 outs off Melanson in the 9th.
Now they're playing in, as the outfielders can only go back as far as they could to make a throw, so they got to gauge where they can make a throw from.
Ball 1. Sean Rodriguez had the last Pirates walk-off hit on August the 5th. And they'll look at a strike.
Started out with a Cervelli double down the left field corner. It has come to this.
Bases loaded, 1 out. 1 and 2. Bases full of buccos in the 11th. 1-2. In and out of the glove of Ramos.
The drama continues. Ouch.
He caught that on that right forearm. Ooh. Infield in, outfield in. Another 1-2. And he struck him out.
And he is hot. He is hot that he chased that breaking ball. He gets a huge out. Got him to chase the breaking ball.
And now with 2 outs, the infield can back up, the outfield can back up. Cervelli, a winning run at third for Jacob Stallings, the last available position player, pinch hitting for LeBlanc. He has 1 major league hit. It came off Johnny Cueto 3 months ago. And now he's down 2 strikes. Starling Marte, leaving the game yesterday, is unavailable. So it's Stallings. Good backhand stop by Ramos.
A pick.
Cervelli ready to come home.
The glove save.
2 outs in the 11th. Winning run at third. That's a tough take.
Whoa. That did not miss by much.
Only a catcher would see the strike zone like that.
Framed it, couldn't sell it. This gets interesting. Let's see if Mr. Stallings is tested with his discipline.
Can the rookie have a chance to be the hero? The 2-2. He was sitting on his couch in Nashville when he got the call. Pirates with Chris Stewart going on the DL needed another catcher. Yeah, I'll be glad to play some more Major League Baseball after his brief cameo earlier this year.
Did a nice job of fouling off that really well-placed pitch right on the outside corner. Keep the at bat alive.
Just his third big league game.
Oh my goodness. We talk about being tested
that
for discipline. That was a strike.
Where was it, Steve?
Right there. And you know it's tough, but you got that split-second decision. Can I do anything with that pitch? That was such a perfect pitch. Almost forced to take it. Hard to hit, but how about this? The drama, the pitch.
Foul.
Oh yeah.
Petit has to throw a strike. Another strike.
And now the discipline required by Jacob once more to make sure he doesn't chase the pitch out of the strike zone. I'm going to stand up to bring it home.
This is the biggest at bat of his life. And it comes through! Jacob Stallings has won it for the Pirates tonight! An unlikely hero! Stallings, whose season had already ended, has ended this game for the Pirates.
Hail to Pitt.
Dad Kevin